Let that just sit for a bit. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna check some stuff out. Specifically, I'm gonna look at some of this fucking Danganronpa merchandise that they're releasing. Because I saw that somebody said that they were releasing like V3 face masks, where they were working on them. All right, here we go. Let's look at it. They had the beta AI or UI, excuse me, not AI, which looks damn near the same as the. Yeah, I can see some differences. It's not super crazy, but it's pretty close to the full full release of the UI. Apparently, Trigger Happy Havoc is $18 on the App Store. That is outstanding. What's going on, C-Bay? Let's look and see. Okay, the seventh Kirigiri book is going to be released. Uh, and that's about it. And they're releasing a little bit of fucking Ultra Despair Girls merch, but pretty much nothing. A little bit of info. They released game one on mobile now, so that's pretty cool, I guess. But aside from that, that's all the fucking postulating I can do about that. So let's get right back into the game. The Forgotten Turnabout, middle part one. So last time we didn't actually do too much. I remember us having one to be continued. Well, no, we had two last time. So assumably we had beginning part one and two. It would really help if they tell us when you have the saves. But either way, we're back. Are we back in our office? April 5th, 5:58 p.m. High Prosecutor's offices, room 1202. Shit, we fucking took off back to our fucking office. We're looking for Kay. She ran away. She's not here either. Where in the world could she have gone? Hey, Ray. Knock knock, I'm here. Mr. Shields. What's going on, Miles? Why the long face? Take it from Uncle Ray. You won't be popular with the ladies looking like that. Why are you here? Did something happen? That's my line. Have you seen the news about the murder at the PIC headquarters? You're here. Wasn't it there today? I found myself wondering if you guys had somehow got caught up in it. Wait, it's already made the news. I hear they're searching for a teenage girl suspected of killing an attorney. I can't imagine it could have been her, but it has been bothering me. Could you give me the full rundown? The truth is, we explain. Miles, are you trying to give your Uncle Ray a heart attack? I'm not joking. She really did lose her memory. On top of that, she's a suspect. That makes things even more difficult. Where would she have run off to? She lost her memory, right? I was hoping she would return here, but not likely. She felt responsible for what happened to you, right? And there's no way she'd come back here. I know that, but where else can I look? Calm down, Miles. This isn't like you. It's rare to see you get so heated up. Well, not that it's a bad thing. If you're trying this hard to save an innocent suspect from false charges, I'm sure you'd make a great defense attorney. Actually, just a little while ago, I turned in my badge. But that doesn't mean I've decided to become a defense attorney. Besides, Kay isn't just a mere suspect. I may have only known her for a short time, but we've been through quite a lot together. And I know she isn't capable of murder. I'm surprised. I never thought you'd go so far to support someone else. I don't know if you even realize it yourself, but it seems a deep bond has already begun to grow in you and Kay. I'd say it even gives my bond with you and your father a run for its money. Or my bond with your father, rather. No, it's not that deep. She just keeps barging into my state of affairs. Yeah, that girl can be quite a handful. But I'm certain something has changed inside you since you met her. I'm really jealous, you know. After all, I lost my old partner. That's why you need to find Kay right now. I don't want you to lose your bond like Uncle Ray did. Well then, I have a proposal. We have no idea where she is, and searching around blindly won't get us anywhere. In that case, why don't we try searching for the cause of her memory loss? Maybe that could give us a lead. I see. It might be a good idea. From what she told me, something must have happened to her at the Grand Tower. Great, that's it. Let's get going then. Hey, at the very least, could you stop looking so grim? If you stay that way, Kay probably won't want to come back at all. Good grief, I'm no match for this man. Super upbeat. Can't wait to get murdered in the next fucking episode. April 5th, 6:42 p.m. Grand Tower viewing platform. It seems it's already dark. Still open on the day of a murder. You gotta admire their capitalist spirit. But there's no one here. Looks like we've got the place all to ourselves. I see one person there. To prove Kay's innocence, I'll need to investigate her memory or her lost memories. Hey, let's go, Miles. We can investigate the roof as much as we want, so let's do what we can. Do what we can, huh? I suppose that's all we can do for now. Do we even have a partner button? We don't. Interesting. Okay. It makes sense. It's a little bit interesting that will just talking to Raymond give us the same stuff that a partner button would. What's up, Juve? Why do you think Kay lost her memories? Was there something she wanted to forget? Miles, did you say something horrible to her? Of course not. I would never say anything that cruel to someone. Well, I might have said some unkind things to Detective Gumshoe in the past, but... I see. Now I feel bad for the big guy. Damn, okay, so no, he's just flavor text. So, assumably Kay got pushed from here? Because she said she was here when she saw the person in the red coat come towards her. It's a cherry tree with branches spread wide. The flowers are nearly in full bloom. According to Kay's testimony, before she was pushed, she was standing under the cherry tree. Okay. Alright. So that means she would have to go over either this side or... No, she'd have to go over this side, right? What can I examine for it? The person in the red raincoat who pushed Kay off the tower. She said they came toward her from the direction of the staff. From that, we can deduce Kay was pushed over the railing on this side. Yes. I mean, seems pretty obvious. The railing is about as high as my chest. It's unlikely that someone could fall from here accidentally. I don't see any particular problems with this railing. Alright. Need more Monster Hunter mods? There's a lot on the net. What in specific are you looking for? Because there's a lot. Also, you two, what are you doing here? Miles Edgeworth, so we meet again. What are you two doing? Oh, well, I mean... Well, we came all this way, so I thought we'd buy some cotton candy. Oh, emotes? I thought you said mods. Bro, you miss one letter and it can seem like there's a typo. I'm confused. But what do you mean, like dances in the game, or... Are you looking for them to put the fucking Dougie in Monster Hunter? Or are you talking about on Twitch? Because I think there's a couple channels that have quite a couple Monster Hunter emotes, but anything beyond that's past me. And what about you? You want folks to get the wrong idea about you? Do not worry, I will decide my own actions. You're just a no-good ex-prosecutor. It's no wonder you got the axe. Wait, what? You got fired? You needn't be concerned with what happens to me. Are you sure? Oh yeah, what happened to Kay? Huh? Was there some sort of trouble between you two? I couldn't fucking find her. Anything I can do to help? How about an injection? It's fine. Our injections are answer to everything. Oh, right. It's getting cold, isn't it? Oh no, sun is down. Let's go home. Well then, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, let's meet again soon. What the fuck? Why were y'all even here? What was the point of that? You, sir, how about some heavenly cotton candy? Heaven's Tear. Heaven's Tear? Did they name them after the shape of the clouds you can see from here? We tear a regular piece of cloth of cotton candy in half, then sell it without changing the price. That's why the name is Heaven's Tear. Oh, Heaven's Tear. Okay. It's not Heaven's Tear, it's Heaven's Tear. Okay. We tear the cost in half while crying in tears of joy. If the customers knew that, they would be crying tears of sorrow. Yeah, so this guy's jacking up prices, but the important thing is this is where Kay said that the person in the raincoat came from. This TV seems to be used for showing advertisements for the companies at the Grand Tower. Right now, it's just showing regular television programs. Alright, continual dots. Wait, what am I watching this for? The Steel Samurai doesn't air today. Miles really is the biggest fan. Can't view that, or I can't look through that, I guess. What? Kay, what are you doing? How'd you get up here? Alright, well, I mean... So, what did Ray not see her? Did he not, was she hiding in the tree? Finally watching the anime this guy is from? Oh, fucking, you're finally watching Fate? Did you just fall out of that tree? I didn't mean to fall. My foot slipped. Okay. So you just went and hid in the tree? Literally sat all day in Dirk's office watching the Plume Princess, pissed off the whole time. Dog. Actually just sat in that office, like, comparing and taking notes, getting ready for a fucking copyright lawsuit. You're a suspect, yet you remained at this crime scene. It's not a smart thing to do. Even if you have memory loss, shouldn't you have realized this much? This whole time while you were playing this silly game of hide and seek. I've been worried sick about you. Are you angry with me? Of course I am. Answer me, what were you doing here? Did you think I'd let you off the hook that easily just because you have memory loss? That's not it. I came here because I thought I could get your badge back. Aww. If I don't regain my memories, you'll never get it back. I thought if I went back to where I lost my memories, then maybe I would remember. If I could just remember killing her. You are still the same as you were before you lost your memories. Your thoughts and actions have always exceeded my expectations. Without a doubt, you are the Kay Faraday I know so well. However, I cannot approve of your recklessness. I understand. Cut! You get 0 style points, Miles. More like negative points. Here's how it's done. Okay, how about a hug? Okay. No. Well then. Mr. Shields. It was just a joke, honest. We interrupt this program with breaking news about the Grand Tower murder case. The police believe the culprit is a teenage girl who was present at the crime scene. She remains at large as the police continue to search for her whereabouts. Well, it would have been the first time somebody's given Raymond a hug, but nobody has. We stopped him short. We literally saw his dreams about to come into fruition and crushed him. Alright, so, what y'all got? Oh dear, this is getting pretty serious. It's a murder case, right? Well, gang, what's the plan? We don't have much time. Indeed, it's only a matter of time before they find us here. So then, why don't you tag along with us for a while, okay? But I'll just cause trouble for you again. It pains me to say this, but I've got nothing left to lose at this point. Mr. Edgeworth. That settles it. We're all in this together now. Miles, you're in charge of proving Kay's innocence. Failure is not an option. Yes, I understand. Kay, I want you to help Miles with his investigation as much as you can. Yes, I'll do my best. Now, let's be quick about it, before the cops find us here. Unlike some people, Uncle Ray still has a lot to lose. Yo, don't throw shade. If I lose the law office, I'll never be able to face Gregory. This man, I'm glad he's on our side. Alright, so Kay. What you doing up here? Yes, can I help with something? Alright, I got some questions. I came back here because I thought I might remember something. Could you again go over what you told me before? Well, it was raining, so I stood under the cherry tree to take shelter. And then a person in a red raincoat appeared. That person pushed me and I fell. Can you tell me anything about the person in the raincoat? Sorry, I don't remember that much. No, wait. As the person approached me, I saw the moon just over their shoulder. The moon. Yeah, that's right. It's just a faint memory, but I think the moon was in the exact same spot as it is now. About that, Kay. That doesn't match up what you told us. Well, it doesn't coincide with the information you gave us earlier about them approaching you from the Heaven's Tear cotton candy stand. It's a little bit off. It was floating just above the cherry tree. She could see the moon behind the figure in the raincoat. This is a new piece of testimony. I'll be sure to keep it in mind. Alright, recollections. Mr. Edgeworth, for a while now, I feel like I'm on the verge of remembering something. Is that true? Well then, please speak freely. Say whatever comes to your mind. Okay, I remember a faint scent. It was a wonderful smell coming from the counter of a food stall. I followed the fragrance, only to find a perfectly sculpted burger. Resting on 2 golden buns. The tender and juicy patty made my taste buds sing with joy. Yes, I can remember what I thought at that moment. I want seconds.
I don't think this memory has anything to do with the case.
Kay Faraday.
You called yourself the great thief Yatagarasu. You prided yourself on being a noble thief who steals the truth. Do you remember anything about that?
Well, I mean, she probably wouldn't, because...
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Stopping by to re-up myself while I'm in class.
Corbin, there is no need to do that. Go learn. Go do school shit. You come by later, okay? You go get that edumacation. But thank you very much, brother. Thank you for sticking with us. Maybe I was called a noble thief because I won the Nobel Prize.
It's noble, not noble, and they don't give prizes for thievery.
She and Maya would get along a bit, I bet. Yeah. Eat your burgers, Maya. Oh. We're seeing live footage from the 50th floor. The investigation will continue through the night. Police are searching for 17-year-old girls suspected in the murder of an attorney. So again, because this is a Japanese-only game, then this means that the translation team had to replace the text in that text box. The 50th floor? Isn't that the meeting room of the PSC headquarters? That's right. We can see the shadows of the investigators behind those blinds. Looks like making a clean getaway just got much harder.
It seems we have no choice but to cleverly evade the eyes of the media. Maybe Uncle Ray should have become a spy instead of an attorney. If worst comes to worst, I may have to use Mr. Shields as a decoy. Miles, just now you were thinking of something terrible, weren't you? Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking... What? What? I have deduction there, too. Seeing live footage from the 50th floor, the investigation will continue through the night. We just read that. 50th floor, isn't it the meeting room? Yeah, we just read this. So, wait. If it's the 50th floor, then the roof is floor 52? Question mark? Or does the roof get counted as a different, like, thing? It doesn't get counted as a floor. This I never knew. Does the roof get counted as a separate floor, or is it just floor colon roof? As the reporter said, you can see the investigator's shadows moving around. There is a huge contradiction in this image. I should present that piece of evidence. What fucking piece of evidence do we have? You got the badge, the mask, the letter, ticket stub, purple flower. Does this tell us anything? Oh, okay. So no, either the pamphlet is wrong, or the that's not really the PIC meeting room, or maybe it changed. But yeah, that seems like it's the contradiction. Okay, it's on the other page. Okay, it's just the fucking viewing platform thing, like it says. So. The contradiction is found here. Eureka! Yeah. Do you know how many floors this building has? Of course. 50 floors, right? Just above the place where the PIC conducts their practically illegal cover-ups. That's sick. Couples are wishing for love. Kinda ironic, don't you think? So, what's this dark area above the 50th floor? Maybe it's the Tunnel of Love. Those are always dark, eh? The viewing platform we're on now should be directly above the PIC meeting room. However, the late-night investigation is taking place 2 floors below us. This is a clear contradiction. Was there a mistake in the pamphlet? No, rather. It's more natural to assume this building has a hidden 51st floor. Or the 49th floor is actually the 50th, whatever the fuck. Right? I see. So that's where the Tunnel of Love is. She's so pure and gullible. It's breaking Uncle Ray's heart. Then why don't you take this opportunity to be more serious for once? You just don't get it, Miles. I joke around and make things easier for you. On the contrary, his painful jokes only make things harder for me. Alright, is that about it? So, let's back at this. What logic do we have? Alright, we have railing, moon. Is there a floor 51? Question mark. Where was Case standing? We know... Well, no. What does it say? Person in raincoat came over the stand and pushed Kay over. And Kay saw the moon behind them. Okay. That seems like it's right. Boom! If I recall Kay's testimony, a person in a raincoat approached her from behind the candy stand. Then this person supposedly pushed Kay over the railing opposite the stand, or opposing the stand. Moreover, Kay said she saw the moon over the person's shoulder. However, earlier I confirmed that the moon is floating in the opposite direction. And on the night Kay lost her memories, it seems the moon was in the exact same spot. Therefore, the positions of the moon and the person in the raincoat don't match up. It has to be reversed. She was on the right side instead, right? But she said she was underneath the tree. Her memories have probably become more confused. After all, she actually had been pushed over the railing. She couldn't survive the fall.
Perhaps I should question Kay's memory of where she fell.
Alright, where Kay fell. We have this and this. Will this allow me to question her, though? Or am I actually supposed to question her? Like, am I supposed to go talk to her? Can I help with something? Nope. Has to be the logic then. Never mind. Never mind. Fuck my thinking.
Boom! Kay was not pushed over the railing on this side. After all, if you fell from here, you wouldn't even be alive in the first place.
But I'm certain I was standing under the cherry tree. If I fell, the only place I could have fallen was over the railing.
Well, maybe the ground just opened up from under you and swallowed you up.
The ground here can open up? How?
No, it was just a joke, Kay. Please don't take it so seriously. No, strange as it may sound, that might actually be the truth. Even if it's only a small chance, it matters not. Let's try searching the area around the tree.
Alright, let's get to it. Does this count as the area around the tree?
Kay could not have fallen over the railing. There must be something around here that proves it.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Or crooked nanny. She fall through this hatch? Question mark.
This is... It looks like a maintenance hatch. Okay, maybe you fell down here? Yay. Nah, just kidding. There's no way something like that could happen.
I mean, he says that, but... Sorry, I just can't remember if...
No, that was just a joke. No need to take it seriously.
Right. So when should I take you seriously, then?
When indeed. Well, if you jumped into Uncle Ray's arms, Mr. Shields... Come on, Miles. It was just a joke. A joke, you know?
Oh, I get it. No one ever takes you seriously.
Ouch. That stung a bit.
Alright. And now we have the hatch and fucking floor 51. Give me that.
Boosh! An extra floor between the 50th floor and the viewing platform. Why didn't anyone notice it? Normally, you'd notice it. I mean, how can you hide an entire floor? That is where the problem lies. No one noticed something that should have been easily noticeable. In other words, it must be impossible to access the 51st floor through normal means.
I see. Maybe there's a secret portal or something. There's a hatch literally right there.
Okay, now's not the time to be thinking with portals.
Thank you, translation team. I appreciate the joke.
I'd like you to recall the hatch at the base of the cherry tree. Isn't it normal to assume there's a room on the other side of the maintenance hatch? Uncle Ray likes where you're going with this.
Let's hurry and check it out.
There we go. Now let's see. This is...
Looks like there's a lot of stuff down there. Is this what they call a storeroom?
There is no doubt about it. This is where Kay fell down.
Of course. And with this, the mystery is solved.
No, not yet. We still have the mystery of the person in the red hood who's walking in mid-air.
Now, let's not get greedy, shall we? What's going on, Juice?
You found the storeroom, so let's wrap things up here. I suppose you have a point. It does seem to warrant an investigation.
Oh, investigation complete. Well, if it isn't Miles Edgeworth, is it? Ooh. Hey, Emma! What's going on? Did Kay get hit by a car and ended up in the hospital? No, she got pushed from the roof of this building, which is 50 floors up, and fell down and bumped her head, and now she has amnesia. Because it cannot be Japanese media without having amnesia show up in one form or another, right? So, yeah, no. Kay just has amnesia right now from falling. Assumably, she didn't fall the whole 51 floors, and she only fell down this hatch and ended up bumping her head pretty serious. But the question is then, how did she get out of that room if you can't access it via normal means? Did she climb back up the ladder? Did somebody take her out? Because if you fall and you start to get is there something down? What would warrant her coming here in the first place? Is the question, right? Because she said that she wanted to go. She got the letter that she was gonna go meet with Jill, right? But well, let's see exactly what it says because we have that note. I'll promise that I'll get it back for you, your most precious memory. So what does this mean? And we have the letter that we found on Jill that was supposedly from Kay. Thank you so much for helping with my plan. I'm glad that we can help each other get what we want. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Please get revenge for 12 years ago. Now, I have no fucking idea what this implies, because there's anytime that fucking Ace Attorney does the hey, X amount of years ago type thing, it's usually going to be, yeah, that means that there was some illegal activity taking place that time ago, and nobody ever learned exactly what happened. So, does this letter mean that Kay was trying to help Jill uncover something, like her? No, because we actually figured out who killed her father. Never mind. I was gonna say the trial for her father, but we never could put Callisto U on trial because she just fucking ran. But could there be another case that we don't know about? I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, but what exactly is going on here? Kay was here for some reason, assumably because Yadagarasu's stealing the truth shit, right? She was trying to help Jill Crane uncover the truth, and then she got murdered. Obvious choice is obvious. The person responsible for it is, oh, if you hit fucking profiles, you go straight in if you're already viewing a piece of evidence. The easy choice is it's Blaine DeBest, right? Or Blaze DeBest, not Blaine. Blaze DeBest is responsible for whatever is going on here. Both the reason why Kay and Jill were investigating whatever they were investigating and the murder of Jill. But I do not know right now. So we'll have to go forward a little bit. But either way, hey Emma, what's going on? I heard about the case from Detective Gumshoe. Since I was already in the area, I thought I might as well check out the crime scene.
This girl's name is Emma Sky. She's a high school student studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. She's the younger sister of my former boss and a witness in one of my trials 2 years ago. What's going on, young nipple?
Detective Gumshoe told me everything over the phone. He sounded really upset. He said you lost your badge at the Grand Tower and Kay became a mummy.
Please calm down. I thought you left for Europe just a few days ago. Don't tell me you've come back already.
Yep. And I brought... What the fuck? I brought my teacher from abroad, too. He needed an interpreter, so I volunteered to help. Okay. Who is he?
If your teacher cannot speak English, why aren't you with him right now?
He can still communicate with people. Don't underestimate the importance of body language.
That doesn't really count as a language.
But enough about that. What happened to Kay? Is she alright? My, what a good friend.
Isn't this great, Kay?
Yeah. Who are you? Are you Mr. Edgeworth's new assistant?
On the contrary, my dear. I'm Ray Shields, head of the Edgeworth Law Offices.
Edgeworth Law Offices? Wait, you mean like defense attorneys? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you suddenly become an attorney?
No, it's not like that. Now that I think about it, it is rather complicated working relationship.
Don't sweat the details. Let's start with an introductory hug. Why'd you become a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth?
Hey, don't just ignore me.
Because I don't approve at all.
Well, why don't we continue this conversation down below?
That's right. The police could arrive any second now. Speaking of the police, wasn't there a fucking helicopter that was flying around? You know, that could, that was actively getting footage of the fucking roof? Shouldn't we be Shouldn't we be swarmed by now? Just a thought. Mr. Edgeworth, who's she?
I'll explain later. First, we have to go down the hatch.
Okay, guess I'll be joining the defense team?
I'll explain about that too.
Well then, let's go to the storeroom. That was a really short part, all things considered. Jesus Christ. So now we're in middle part 2, I guess? Or end part 1? I assume middle part 2, if the beginning had 2 parts. April 5th, 7:06 p.m. Multiple question marks. It's pretty dark down here. I can't see a thing.
What's your footing, Emma?
Ouch! I think I hit my head.
Okay, be careful not to slip. Take your time coming down.
Okay. The light switch should be somewhere around here. There we go. Wait a minute. Isn't that the fucking statue from, what's the shit? Oh, there's the suitcase, too. There's the statue from, what country was it from? But it was the one Zinc LeBlanc was trying to have transferred over, and it ended up being a fake. Did the real one have red eyes or yellow eyes, though? Borginia? I don't think it was Borginian, but the guy who was smuggling it or trying to transport it was Borginian. But there's also that fucking suitcase back there. Looks like we got a couple steel samurai masks.
The hidden 51st floor. Is it being used as a store? We need to investigate it thoroughly.
Alright. Pamphlet got updated. Mr. Edgeworth, please tell me about the case.
Right then, where should I begin?
I see. This is certainly a serious situation.
Why does she look like she's having so much fun?
Looks like you're in a bind, Prosecutorial Attorney Edgeworth. Okay, come on.
I'm not a defense attorney, nor is there such a thing as a prosecutorial attorney.
This looks like a job for science. Don't you worry, I've got everything here in my bag.
Are you sure you're up for this, Emma?
Of course. So once again, it's good to be working with you, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm glad to be working with you as well.
Looks like we've got ourselves another cute assistant. So, what's the plan? That lift looks pretty suspicious to me.
It looks like it goes down. I'm curious as well. But first, we should investigate this room.
Okay, if you find out anything, be sure to tell Uncle Ray. If I remember something, I'll let you know.
Yes, please do, Emma.
Roger, I'm ready. Oh, he was taking a pause and then talking. I was like, did he accidentally call fucking K Emma? But no, it was just, he took a pause and then was calling out to Emma. I'm ready to support.
Well then, let's begin the investigation.
Investigation, start Grand Tower, 51st floor storeroom. So, what's with the fucking Chuck E. Cheese? I didn't mean to click you, Emma. Sorry about that. What's with the Chuck E. Cheese fucking price placards?
These are...
What is it?
The items displayed on the shelf here, if I recall correctly. They're all evidence of past cases that I was involved.
Wait. Oh, shit. Yeah, the Iron Infant, which was missing and we never found it. The fucking stuffed animal from the first case of this game. The lantern from the last case of Investigations 1 from the fucking embassy. I can't remember where that cloth is from, but yeah, no, this is all fucking... These are all pieces of evidence. Did they go missing, though? Because I remember the Iron Infant went missing, but I don't we saw the stuffed animal, though, right? No, the stuffed animal was missing and there was broken glass, right? Or am I crazy? Am I losing my mind? No, the stuffed animal was placed inside because it was a broken monitor that, that Knightley wanted us to think was an actual monitor. So was this taken from the crime scene, then? Does that mean the statue is fucking evidence as well because it has that little price placard in front of it? Interesting. I guess this would make the place the PIC evidence storeroom, huh?
These items should be kept in the care of the police.
Don't they keep evidence in the prosecutor's office?
Only for current trials. However, once a verdict has been reached, the evidence transferred over to the police department and stored in the evidence room.
But it looks like the evidence has been stored here instead.
There's no point in worrying about it. For now, I should try to examine everything. It looks like some of the evidence has tags in front of it. And there are numbers written...
Oh, or is it like, no, because they wouldn't be ending in 00. I was gonna say maybe they're assigned to like specific pieces, like these are evidence numbers in front of them. But is somebody selling evidence?
And there are numbers written on the tags.
Maybe they're the ID. Oh yeah. So Emma was literally about to say what I thought.
No, based on how large these numbers are and the nature of these items, I'd say these are the prices.
Okay. The lantern doesn't have one though. Prices? If that's the case, wow, these are ridiculously expensive.
She seems more concerned with the high prices than the legality of this whole affair. The evidence on display. I should inspect every nook and cranny.
So why does the lantern not have one?
Ink and a lamp. Both are evidence that I've handled before.
Why is all the stuff here linked to you?
Many of the items here are objects that I've handled just a short while ago. But it's probably only a coincidence that they're all
No. Okay. So, okay. This makes sense that these items in specific are here right now, right? These items that Edgeworth cases have to deal with, considering our fucking hearing was about to happen. So, but why would they have prices on them then? Because it's very clear that the chairman would have them. Wouldn't he want to just hand them out to, like, influence what he wanted to happen? Like, let's say that he wanted Edgeworth to lose his badge post-haste. Why would he put prices on them and then present them during the fucking committee hearing? That doesn't make any sense. Because I was thinking, like, oh, these were here specifically to screw Edgeworth out of a job, and then they're gonna shift blame from Kay to Edgeworth because it would make sense for Edgeworth to kill Jill, I get it. Kill Jill Crane if he found out about this evidence and he wanted to keep it hidden forever. But no, it doesn't make sense if these were being hidden and priced, right? If they're being sold in any capacity, then somebody's trying to create narratives, right, with the evidence that they're selling. But it is kind of fucked. Specifically, that all of this stuff relates to Edgeworth in one way or another.
No matter how improbable, if it fits with the facts, then we must accept it as the truth. Isn't it the same with science?
We should discuss science in detail someday, Mr. Edgeworth. What is this cloth?
It looks like the evidence has some tags. Some of the evidence
looks like some of the evidence have tags in front of them. Okay, there we go.
And there are numbers written on the tags.
Okay, no, we just read this. Okay. I wanted to see what exactly I wanted to see if there was going to be flavor text for all of the items. That would have been pretty cool. Alright. But yeah, we read this already, so we can just skip through that. Aw, how cute. This stuffed animal is so fluffy. Okay.
That's from Gourd Lake. It should be in care of the prosecutor assigned to that case right now. Why is it sitting here in a place like this?
Huh? This little guy's missing his left horn.
His left horn. I'm pretty sure it was already missing when I first saw it.
And this must be a defective product. I demand a recall.
Now that I think about it, giving a broken toy to a country's president does sound strange.
Oh, are we gonna have to reinvestigate the first case? Is this going to be a lead up to reinvestigating the president of Zhengfa? This storeroom contains items to be sold, doesn't it?
It's unfortunate, but the possibility does seem quite high. I suspect some nefarious individual has been selling evidence here.
Do people actually pay money for this stuff? Well, it can make or break a case, so...
Apparently, some people do. The price tags are proof.
Different strokes for different folks, I guess. Emma still got her PDA. I think she should have kept this. Out of all the things she should have brought with her to her older sprites, or like older as like age older, she should have brought the fucking digital notepad. I think that would have been pretty cool. All right, what's in the safe? What in the world is in this safe? There's nothing of interest here. Okay. I want to see what all gives me a different thing.
It's a small bottle. I've seen this piece of evidence before.
Is this the bottle of perfume from Callisto U? Huh? Is that all?
Yes. What more did you want me to say?
I need to make a memo. Note to self. Even the most boring objects sound like works of art when Mr. Edgeworth describes them.
Don't read a memo like that out loud.
Iron Infant. What a cute doll. It kind of looks like the Steel Samurai.
It's the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess. He was destined to become a hero of justice from the moment of his birth. So much pressure rests on his tiny baby shoulders. And yet he carries himself with the grace and dignity that belies a toddler of his age.
Yo, Edgeworth is fucking going on about fan canon in his head. Jesus Christ. That's the biggest Steel Samurai fan. That's the homie.
Of course I...
Is there really... Okay, so one thing we need to... I can't... I want to see if there is something I can get from this, but it looks like maybe not. Unless this will give it... That's strange. Only this one spot is empty. But it still has a price tag, just like all the others. Yeah, but it's superbly lower than the rest, aside from the bottle of perfume. I was gonna say, do the prices correlate to if the case was solved or not, but that wasn't making too much sense to me because we completely solved Callisto U, but the Callisto U case... Okay, but the lantern doesn't have a price tag either. But the Steel Samurai belongs to that case, right? So why does the bottle of perfume only cost 400, but the Iron Infant costs 6,700? Doesn't make any sense. The little stuffed animal being 8,400 makes sense if we're going to end up reopening that case, if we didn't solve it all the way. But what was here? What was in this fucking... six-pointed star-shaped area? I don't remember anything, unless it's the fucking, the IS-7 incident stuff, but we just recently solved that. I don't think the prices would reflect that quickly.
Indeed. Furthermore, there is part of this cloth that is not covered in dust.
Perhaps something was placed...
Oh, perhaps something was placed here not so long ago.
So, it was here for a while, and something was resting on top of it, and then it was moved.
What could it have been? A star-shaped mark in the dust. I wonder, could it be related to a certain piece of evidence?
What do we have? Oh, okay. I didn't even realize the base of this thing. I was paying... That's a good little bit of misdirection. Pay more attention to the stabby bit than the stand. That's actually pretty neat. I like that. But I see now. I see. So let's go ahead and deduce. Steel Samurai Stan Edgeworth. That's the big homie.
Eureka!
This dust pattern matches up perfectly with the base of the candelabra. It's likely that the killer got the candelabra from this very store.
Does that mean the candelabra was also a piece of evidence?
It's quite possible. However, that is not the issue here. The murder weapon originally came from this store. We must keep that in mind.
So people that have access to this room, or knew about this room, would be able to get the candelabra. Interest. Alright. That seems about all for that. Let's look at the mask. Don't you think it's kind of creepy how all these masks are lined up in such a dark place?
Emma, are you not good with horror movies?
No way! Horror movies are so unscientific.
So she's scared of them.
Oh. I didn't expect to have an... Oh, fucking 50 grand? Is it for the whole lot of masks? Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, there is a mask missing.
Various masks are placed here. There's even one of the steel samurai. Indeed, these are fairly high-quality replicas. Scientifically speaking, it's just about...
Oh, scientifically speaking, it's just a bunch of random masks.
It certainly does look like a hodgepodge collection of masks. This hook is...
It looks like a hook to hang a mask from.
I wonder what mask used to hang here.
Jammin' Ninja mask. But that's not good because fucking Kay had that on her person, unless that was planted on her. Which is very possible. That fits with the line of logic that whoever pushed her down in here wants to frame her for the crime and hide the fact that this room exists, question mark? But why would they... Wait, no, but this one is made out of cheap plastic. Edgeworth said all the replicas look pretty close, right?
The Jammin' Ninja mask that Kay had with her. Perhaps it was originally attached to this hook.
That sounds plausible, scientifically speaking. In other words, Kay came here?
It's quite likely, but for what purpose?
Maybe she was going to steal something from this place.
A great thief who steals the truth, huh? No, I don't think we can answer that question at this time.
No, that is a question you can answer at this time. You have the stuff to answer it. You have this note, and then you have this note. You can answer that question. She was coming here for evidence.
These are murder case files.
What are those doing here? And why do they only cost 2,200, but the masks cost 50 grand?
By all rights, they should be kept at the prosecutor's building or the courthouse, but it would seem that someone has removed them. Something is afoot, and we are none the wiser.
Alright, so... God, alright. So... Let's go ahead and... Can we inspect... What else can we inspect in here? We can inspect the statue itself.
This statue?
Yes, it is some... Is it some sort of new fact?
No, this is evidence from a case that I was previously involved in. I believe it was called the Alice Red statue. There were supposed to be two of them, one real and one fake, but...
That is a huge number? Yeah, that's... Let's see if I can't... That is 2,400,000. Jesus Christ. Mr. Edgeworth, you really seen a lot of cases. Huh? What was that noise? No. Why? I don't deserve this. Fuck. We are going to go back and re-examine the first case. This sucks because we're gonna have... What was her name? I forgot her fucking name. From the photographer and the reporter from the first case, right? It was Swift. It wasn't... What was it? It was something Swift. I can't remember her first name, but... Nicole Swift? Yeah. She said that her mentor got her to take pictures and be like an investigative reporter. So we finally found her mentor. I kind of pushed that to the back of my head because I was like, that was a cute little callback. But here she is. Why is she here? Let's find out. Gotcha! Yippee-ki-yay, I got me a scoop.
My eyes. Stop it.
You ain't getting away from the Great Lotus camera that easily. I reckon y'all must be criminals. I'ma snap 16 shots before y'all can even say cheese. We're not criminals. Really? You ain't fooling my camera of justice with those words.
You are...
You're... Ain't you that heinous prosecutor from back then?
Who are you calling heinous? This is Lotta Hart. She's a photographer I've dealt with during my past cases. I see her distinctive accent and chatterbox mouth haven't changed a bit.
Just look at that face. You're obviously up to no good.
It seems she has a bad impression of us.
Now's the time to pay your dues. Stand still while I photograph y'all. We only came here to investigate. Lies, you think you can fool me like that? Mr. Edgeworth, she's not listening at all.
She seems harmless. Let's just leave her be for now.
Well, actually, let's talk to her. What you got? So, what are all y'all folks doing in a suspicious place like this?
I was about to ask you the very same question. Why are you here?
For the people of the world and for myself. I'm a social justice photographer after all. So I gotta take photo after photo after photo for my big scoop.
It seems I won't be able to talk to her normally when she's like this.
Okay, so we gotta do something to calm her down, question mark? Okay. What the fuck is that? I see the blue badger back there. I kinda wanna, like, lean forward to see what all I can see. So we got... Oh, I have no idea what this thing is, though. Is this the Mr. or Miss Monkey Head? Mr. Monkey Head? What's this? It looks like a giant head.
If I recall, this is the head of Mrs. Monkey. I believe it was from a case I was involved with in the past.
But we solved the shit out of that case. Phoenix and Miles broke that case down. Why... It says sold on it, but why would this need to be sold at all? We solved that case.
It's impressive how they were able to get such a large object into this room.
Mrs. Monkey, huh? That doesn't really have a nice ring to it. Maybe you remember the name wrong, Mr. Edgeworth?
Impossible. That can't be true.
Actually just fucking called him out. But they got the fucking blue badger back there, the little cutout. What do they got on this table? I didn't even take a look. They got the fucking, the radio. The transceiver sitting next to all the... Oh, they're trophies. Okay.
It seems like they were lined up together on purpose.
Looks like it's still got batteries in it. Might come in handy later, so I'll pick them up for now. I'll be sure to put it to good use before I turn it into the police.
That sounds just like what a certain great thief would say.
Yeah, no, I need to see Maya, Emma, and Kay just hang out together. That would be a fun dynamic. Yeah, but that is the monkey head from the first game. What's in this box? Oh, is that the fucking blue Badgermobile right there? Scientifically speaking, this must be a wooden icebox. This chain is tied around it to keep the cold from escaping. Probably.
No, Emma, wouldn't this be a costume trunk? It's made from wood that repels bugs in order to protect the clothes inside.
I see, of course. That's another possible theory. If your clothes are stored in a cold place, it would be nice and cool to wear in the summer.
I guess she's sticking to her icebox theory.
So we have an open costume trunk. Why wouldn't the costumes be on display? They got fucking... Oh, we can examine it. I was about to say, they got buku amounts of money here.
There's a huge stack of money piled up here. How unrefined.
They're all $100 bills. Talk about big bucks. Big bucks. And that got added to logic. So, how many times How many times your yearly salary do you think this is worth? Okay.
Leave my salary out of this.
I just lost my job. It's not nice. What do we have in logic? Prices and big bucks. I mean, they're getting paid out in cash, it looks like.
From the price tags attached to the pieces of evidence and that huge stash of cash, it's clear that the buying and selling of evidence was being carried out here.
In the hidden 51st floor, evidence is being trafficked. This clearly means something.
It seems further investigation is needed about the dealings that went on in this place.
If only there was a witness. We could just ask them.
A witness.
You know, I'm not gonna say that we have a witness, but do you want to talk now?
So, why did you come here?
For the people of the world and for myself. I'm a social justice photographer after all. Social justice?
Then allow me to guess the reason why you came here. Was it perhaps to expose the illegal evidence trafficking?
Oh, I get it. You were trying to get a scoop on the secret dealings.
Huh?
Y'all know that much already? Well, I reckon there ain't no reason to hide it anymore. My sources tell me there's some kind of black market auction being held around these parts.
What did you say? So then all this evidence here is...
Yep, they're the goods for the auction. There's a lot of dirty money flying around here. I wanted to try to catch it with my own two eyes. My source gave me a whole bunch of info, but I figured just hearing about it ain't enough. Seeing is believing after all. So I've been staking out a place from behind this here statue since yesterday. The auction took place late last night and went on until early morning.
Murder on the night of the black market auction. Could the two events be related?
Alright. What you got? So, they're not prices for an immediate sell then. Are they the prices that they get sold for, or are they starting prices for the auction? The world may never know. It is interesting to note, though, that that would cause the prices to fluctuate, right? That would be the reason for the prices to be vastly different, right? How the perfume bottle was 400 and nobody bought it. The statue ends up going for 2.4 mil because it's an authentic statue, right? So it do make sense. What we do have here, the prices do make sense in the sense of an auction then. So, black market dealings in the Grand Tower? Guess I really hit the mother lode this time.
Were all the items in the auction pieces of evidence?
There was some normal stuff too, like stolen art and the like.
I wouldn't consider stolen art to be normal.
But I reckon the evidence was the star of the show here. Alright. Now, I have to use the restroom. And y'all know what that means. It's time for me to say I'll be right back. So, with that said, I'll see y'all in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere, but I'll be right back.
Hello? Are we still here? Are we still live? We're still good, everybody? Bald Phoenix looks like The Rock? A little bit. I can see it. Bald Clavier is probably the worst. He just looks dangerous. But either way, let's actually get back to the video game. Alright, so. Yeah, we're auctioning off a lot of illegal evidence in here. These folks are law fanatics, trying to get their hands on the latest goods from the police. So that's what you wanted to get pictures of, Miss Hart. Pretty much. They were meeting right under this very storeroom, so I watched them from up here. You said you were here since yesterday. Did you witness the entire event? Bald Manfred actually looks somewhat normal. Yeah, I think it's because of the way his hair looks normally. Like, his hair isn't, like, big and boisterous like most other characters' hair. It's a very, I don't want to say natural-looking hairstyle, but it's a very non-presenting looking hairstyle. It's just there. It was a black market auction, after all. They followed a fairly detailed procedure. First, the participants entered the storeroom from the viewing platform one at a time. When they got in, they each took one of those masks on the wall over there. Funny thing about those masks, they're all equipped with voice changers. Itty-bitty ones. That way they wouldn't be recognized. They wanted to protect their anonymity? You mean their anonymity? Yeah, that's it. Anonymity. Why not just say identity and make things easier for all of us? After putting on the mask, they'd go down the lift, and the next feather would come right in. On the way back, it was the exact same thing, but in reverse. They'd come up one by one, return the mask, and head up out of the storeroom. Wow, that's pretty thorough. Masks data jotted down. So the question is then, the question still remains rather, that Emma, if she got pushed down into here, somebody had to either move her via the ladder or the lift. And if they moved her via the lift, she would be assumably in the PIC room, right? If that's where the auction was taking place. Okay, not Emma. Yeah, excuse me, my bad. But if people were like going down into the PIC room, that would mean that where the body was found coincides with the auction, right? Because the auction was supposed to take place last night. So nobody saw the body. Nobody saw Kay, except for the murderer, right? Except for the true culprit, nobody saw Kay or Jill. So it has to be somebody that has the authority to go into this place whenever they like, and that only points to fucking Blaze. How many participants were there? 11 people altogether. I counted each of them as they made their way down. Alright. What happened? Let's ask that. I'll have you know, I wasn't just laid up behind the statue the entire time. Then where were you in the beginning? The beginning? Well, don't you worry yourself about that, you hear? So she was hiding behind the statue the entire time. I watched the folks coming in while lurking in the shadows. All secret agent like. Note to self, secret agents like to lurk in the shadows. Yeah, this whole thing, the note to self writing down, I found that very endearing about Emma when she was introduced in the DLC case of Case 1, or Game 1 rather, excuse me. So for that to just kind of disappear when she was reintroduced in Apollo Justice, it kind of felt like it was lacking a little bit. And obviously, she's going to be a little bit downtrodden that she wasn't able to be a forensic investigator. But when she gets to do her forensic, she perks up a little bit. I kind of wanted her to do that then. That would have been pretty interesting. Yeah, she has her snackoos instead, which, you know, it's another fine character trait. She gets nervous, she likes to snack. But I kind of like the note-taking too.
And then they used that lift over there to get down to the auction site. After they all went down, I watched the whole thing from the lift.
Did that lift stay down the entire time?
Nah, it came back up, but there's a tiny gap in the floor there. There's a bit of space between the floor and the lift platform, you see? So I could see just about everything that was going on down there.
Then did you see the person who was conducting the auction?
Well, yeah. You betcha I did. What kind of story would this be if I didn't know who the conductor was?
The conductor, huh? It seems I'll need to ask her for more details.
How about you just fucking tell me?
Do you have any more information about this so-called conductor?
You know, I came here to get me a scoop. What makes you think I'll give up my info all willy-nilly?
Basically, what you're saying is you don't know.
I see. So that's why she won't answer. What can I say? I couldn't even tell how old they were, or if they were a guy or gal.
Can you tell me what the person was wearing at the time?
They held on a white jacket with purple Ah. So the person dumped their clothes onto Jill after they were done, which is what we suspected, right? We suspected that it was a man that dumped their jacket and gloves onto Jill, because she had blood on her hands anyways, so it wouldn't make sense for her to get blood on her hands and then put the gloves in her pocket. But you know, that don't mean much when I have no earthly clue who they really are. So the conductor's identity was hidden, just like the participants. That's right, they held on a mask and voice changer just like everyone else.
What kind of mask did this person wear?
It was a Zervan mask, I reckon.
Zervan? What in blazes is that supposed to be?
Mr. Edgeworth, you don't know about Zervan? He's a sworn enemy of the global hero Onion Kopon. Zervan, the ruler of time. Seriously, who hasn't heard of him?
Most people, I'd imagine. Since the conductor wore a mask, I assume you were not able to see their face.
Not even a teeny-weeny bit. After all, and after I came all this way for my big scoop. This whole story's turning out to be nothing but fool's gold. Conductor's clothes added, or jotted down, rather.
This set of clothes seems familiar. Perhaps I should show her that piece of evidence.
Alright. It's funny that you say that they were wearing that, because our victim was wearing that.
You said the conductor wore a white jacket with a purple flower and white gloves.
That's right. They sure look spiffy for a criminal mastermind.
Miss Hart, do they look anything like this?
Hey, that's it. That's the conductor. Hold your horses. Are you telling me the conductor is dead?
So the victim of a case she's the victim of a case we are investigating.
Her name is Jill Crane. Have you heard of her? Can't say I have. So, she was a lady, huh? What kind of gal dresses like that? She get her kicks by fooling me into thinking she's a guy?
I doubt that her intention was to deceive you. Setting that aside, we have established something of major importance. The victim was the conductor of a black market auction.
Wait, no. So the weird thing is now that if this wasn't her outfit, then they changed her into the outfit and then stabbed her with a candelabra. And I don't think you can do that unless the person is knocked out or, you know, unconscious. So I wonder if that head wound really was post-mortem. Maybe she only started bleeding from it after death, but we don't know exactly what the situation might be, because we only got that fucking that autopsy report like translated to us from the nurse from her grandma, and she seems a little bit incompetent, to say the least. So I wonder if it's really if that head wound really was post-mortem, or if it happened while she was still alive. Because I don't know about y'all, but changing yourself into clothes can only be done like when you have full control. And if you change somebody else into clothes, they gotta be not moving at all. So, but there's enough blood here to say that the stab wound really was the cause of death, right? That makes sense. But the head wound could have occurred before death. And could have been the reason why they were able to change her clothes. But then, yeah, that would explain it, because the head wound could have come about from a struggle. That's why there's blood in her hand. In her hand, rather, not on her hand, because it's like on the inside of it. But signs of a struggle, they knock her out, and then they change her into that outfit, and then stab her with a candelabra. That covers it up perfectly. It confuses the identity too. That's actually a pretty decent idea. Oh, and there goes the text again. I see. So the conductor was killed. Then that might explain. Explain what, Miss Hart? No. It's nothing, honest. Miss Hart, you clearly sounded suspicious just now. And I'm telling you I ain't. Can't be. Sorry, were you trying to say something? No, I ain't. I ain't said nothing. Please don't be like that. Just tell us. How many times I gotta tell y'all? I'm a journalist. Information is what pays the bills. I can't just go around spouting everything I know. I've already said too much. I got nothing left to say to y'all. Then, what if I found some fingerprints for you? What good would that do me? I don't want none of your dusty old prints. Why don't you two follow my example and do some investigating on your own? We can't investigate back in time, dickhead. How about you just tell us? Also, one thing that kind of gets thrown out of the way because there's a different way into the room now is the keycard record. This can just pretty much be fucking crumpled and thrown away. If people were coming down the lift into the PIC hearing room, then the lift doesn't matter, or the keycard record doesn't matter at all, because the lift exists. So that was a decent throw off for about fucking 5 minutes. Alright, yeah, no, this is pointing more and more to Blaze. Not to worry, just leave it to me. I have a certain method of drawing out info. Is it gonna be fucking chess with a lot of hard time? If my opponent's lips are sealed, I will be the one to unseal them. Let us begin. Chess time. Here we go. First, let's analyze my opponent's demeanor. 2 rooks and a queen? Oh no. It's actually a pretty good defense. I ain't telling you nothing, so quit wasting my time. She seems rather impatient, as if she's trying to cut off the conversation. I must be careful with my time. I won't have long to consider my responses. I'm almost certain that she's hiding something from me. That's where I'll begin my attack. Now, time for the first move. Logic chess. Begin! Oh, that's going fast. Let's calm down and talk this over. Don't you think you're overreacting a bit? Let's just calm down. I'm always calm. Now leave me alone. Wait and see. Because it seems like you ask a question, give her some breathing room. That seems like it'll be a good idea. A real journalist always keeps her cool. Speaking of journalists, I have something interesting to tell you. A few days ago, I met another self-proclaimed journalist. She spoke with an accent quite similar to your own. She spoke like me? Then maybe it was... Yes, it was your student. Nicole Swift. Yeah. She had a distinct way of speaking, one very much like your own. Furthermore, she said that she had a mentor. Could she have been referring to you? Damage. Oh, so you know Nicole. Well, ain't that a fun little coincidence? Where'd y'all meet? Wait, no, stop trying to get me to spill the beans. Well, I mean, how about you just tell me? That was a close call. So, take what I said, toss it out the window. Get her to talk about other things, and then help. Or then see what she can help with.
It seems that she lets down her guard when she talks about Miss Swift. This could be a useful clue.
Give me the info.
I want you to tell me everything that you know, right now.
No way, Jose. I ain't spilling my guts to someone I have no connection with.
Perhaps I should use that clue.
I'm an acquaintance of your apprentice.
You say I have no connection with you, Miss Hart. But don't we have a mutual acquaintance with your apprentice?
Damage. Well, that's... I reckon it would be mighty cruel of me to give Nicole's friends the cold shoulder.
Then why don't you share with us what you know?
Well, when you put it like that, I guess I could let you in on my school. No, I ain't falling for your nasty tricks. No sirree.
Your school?
No, just forget it. It ain't nothing important. Do you have a scooter?
Such a slip of the tongue. It's hardly becoming of a journalist. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell us what it is.
There goes a rook. Alright, you got me. I had me a perfect scoop, but I ain't telling you what it is. I'm gonna sell the story to a publisher.
The information she is hiding could be vital to the investigation. I need to make her talk. Next, I will press her on the contents of her scoop.
Time back.
She may be quick to lose her temper, but she's even quicker to loosen her tongue. She is not a difficult opponent. Now, to extract the information I need.
Is it related to the auction?
Does this scoop of yours have something to do with the black market auction?
What are you talking about? I don't know nothing about that.
Weren't you in the middle of infiltrating the black market auction? The only logical conclusion is that your story has something to do with it.
You ain't getting any answers from me. I didn't hear nothing. Did you hear something at the auction?
You didn't hear what exactly? Did you hear something during the auction?
Damage. No, I just heard a weird sound is all. Ain't even worth mentioning in my article. Just forget about it. How about you tell me about it? If it's not worth mentioning in your article, if it's not related to your scoop, you could probably tell me about it.
There's no question. Something happened during the black market auction. She heard a strange sound. This could be a useful clue.
Is it related to some sort of incident?
Does your story pertain to an incident of some kind?
Well, maybe it does, and maybe it doesn't.
It's hardly a clear answer.
Why are you always hollering at me? I ain't done nothing wrong. I just snuck in to do some investigative reporting. You were fucking trespassing.
You didn't do anything wrong. That's a bold statement. Considering you're currently trespassing on private property.
Hey, you're doing it too. Well, I guess a prosecutor's got the right to investigate wherever they please.
I probably shouldn't mention anything about the current state of my employment.
There are far worse people in the world, you know. Why'd you mumble? I reckon I'm a saint compared to the folks who murder. Is your scoop about a murder incident?
Considering what you just mumbled, is it possible your scoop has something to do with a murder incident?
Hey, I was only talking in general terms just now. I mean, anyone look like a bag of roses compared to a murderer, right?
It sounds like you're just making excuses to me.
All I did was gather info on the black market auction. A murder incident? I don't know anything about that. I ain't seen or heard nothing. Yeah, you ain't heard nothing? You moron, didn't you hear a strange sound?
Didn't you say you heard something strange during the auction? If it stuck out to you so much, it must not have been... The yawn. A sound that you would normally hear. For example, the screams of a murder victim.
Rook defeated. How do you keep figuring out everything so quick? That's right. I stumbled upon a murder in the middle of my stakeout. Please don't make me say any more. This is the biggest scoop I've had in a while.
The murder that she overheard. It's most likely the same incident that we are currently investigating. This is bound to be crucial information. I'll finish this by confirming the credibility of her information.
Alright.
She has nowhere left to run. It's time to deal with the final blow.
So, did you really happen upon a murder?
Did you really stumble upon a murder?
You calling me a liar? Them's fighting words. Wait and see. I don't want to fight. I'm a bona fide journalist. I would never publish any lies in my articles. Faster and more accurate than anyone. That's my motto.
Her motto, huh? This could be a useful clue.
Ooh. So, tell me more about what happened.
Tell me what you know about the murder incident, in full detail.
Well, my memory ain't what it used to be. Not much I can talk about. I ain't the most attentive gal in the world, you see?
Perhaps I should use that clue.
Is an accuracy part of your motto?
I hardly expect a bona fide journalist to be so inattentive. Didn't you just say your motto was to be faster and more accurate than anyone?
Damn. Well, that's...
As I expected, the credibility of your information is suspect.
But I know what I heard. I even got proof. You have proof now.
You have proof. How is that possible? Explain yourself at once.
Take some pictures? I got me some... Wait, you heard that? Well, I was just talking to myself. Y'all just go on and pay it no mind.
It seems she's still hiding something. This is an important clue. I'll need to use it effectively.
And are you hiding something from me?
Tell me the truth. I know you're still hiding something from me.
I ain't hiding nothing from nobody. I already done told you everything I know.
Clue time!
I'm really appreciative that the clues, when you're supposed to use them, they're the only thing that you can say.
Isn't there something you haven't told me yet? You have evidence regarding the incident you witnessed. There's something definitive enough to publish an article.
Checkmate. What in tarnation? Let me off the hook already. Fine, I'll tell you everything. I'll even show you the photo I took if you stop harassing me. That good enough for you?
Checkmate.
Time for impact. Oh! It's like getting hit. It's really just like getting hit. I lost. I really lost. The mouth of the South has been defeated.
Now then, it's time to come clean. Tell me everything that you know.
I was watching the auction, gathering info for my story. You didn't just watch though. You got shocking photos too, right? A little while after the auction started, someone won a bid and the conductor banged the gavel. Someone hollered, "We'll finish the deal upstairs," or something like that. That ain't good, I thought to myself as I hurried back to hide behind the statue.
Did you see whoever came up?
Not quite, but I reckon the fella that came up was the winner of the bid. I could smell the buttery aroma of big fat wads of cash.
Buttery aroma. I can't imagine that at all.
I reckon this room is where the bidders ponied up the dough for the purchases. The two of them talked for a while.
Wait, there was a second person in the store.
You betcha. I reckon it was the conductor. And then out of nowhere, one of them started screaming. Almost scared my britches off. I rolled myself up into a ball and kept on laying low.
So you witnessed the murder?
Well, I wouldn't say that I witnessed it, but I definitely heard it, though. Didn't you try to stop them? You just stop right there. That ain't even funny. What's a dainty little thing like me gonna do?
Dainty?
After that, I heard me some rustling and bustling. The whole time, I was really regretting coming here. Something fierce. Well, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if nothing gets in the way, a lot of heart in her photos. This is my big scoop. Ain't no way I was gonna let it slip. A bit later, I heard this loud thud. I figured it was my last chance to snap a photo from behind the statue.
Well then, would you please show us the photo?
Oh, why do I have to? Ah, Red Raincoat Man. I see we meet again. The person in the red raincoat who attacked Kay.
The person in the red raincoat assaulted the victim in the store, and then attacked Kay on the roof.
Okay. Also, this is quite the fucking photo to get from behind the goddamn, the statue.
There's only one person in this photo. Where's the victim?
Yeah, I thought it was strange, too. I could have sworn there were two of them, but when I looked, there was only the one. But that's gotta be the killer, don't you reckon?
So, she's saying the victim disappeared.
Nah. I think the victim got put into the fucking, what's the word? Into the fucking, that box. Roddy Rich niggas. We're getting logic.
You weren't able to tell this person was the culprit just by looking.
This game was really good. I'm enjoying myself thus far.
Their hand was stained bright red, so
their hand was stained bright red, so I figured it was them. What happened to the auction after the murder? Nothing really. It just went on like normal. I guess those rich folks didn't give a hoot. They got some nerve.
The nerve of a journalist is nothing to scoff at either.
We have a lot of testimony now. Interesting. Alright. Well, we did get logic there, so... Auction participants... Victim disappeared. No, because I think that... I definitely think that the second... No, okay, so are we saying that this is how the person in the red raincoat disappeared? Finished 2 days ago and I lost my save in the past, but I was somehow able to recover that save and finish the game. Oh, wow. Well, at least you were able to, right? I must say the last level was really hard. I've kind of been coasting thus far. As long as it's not like a super jump in difficulty, I don't think we'll be struggling too much, but thanks for the heads up. This seems about right, right? Because the murder happened in here, but the victim and the culprit both disappeared. Boom! Looks like we're right.
If we assume that the murder took place in this storeroom, then we must conclude that the body was here as well.
Huh? Isn't that pretty obvious?
Do you remember how the participants left the auction?
Of course. They passed through the storeroom on the way back from the auction.
Ah, exactly. The culprit had to hide the body so that the participants wouldn't discover it. The real question is, where was the body hidden?
In the trunk. Let's get some luminol action. Let's see if there's blood in there.
Emma, would you mind lending me a hand?
Leave it to me. What do you want me to do?
Let's see. Use your luminol reagent to test for a blood reaction. If you would, please.
Let me show you the power of science. Though I didn't remember previous cases that much. That would probably be a little bit of an issue too.
The glint in her eyes is getting brighter by the second.
Let's start by examining that ladder over there. Based on Miss Hart's picture, the person in the red raincoat headed towards that ladder. Chances are something will turn up if we check there. Just touch anything you want to examine. If you do that, you'll be able to spray the luminol reagent at it. If there's a blood stain on the spot where you sprayed, you'll get a reaction like this. Even so, no matter how many times I see blood stains, they're always so gruesome. There's a blood reaction here, but it's kind of faint. Let's spray it with this luminol 2 or 3 more times, so it'll be nice and clear. You can see it clearly now. Ugh, it looks even more gruesome than before. Do you understand how to look for bloodstains now? There are probably a few more bloodstains here, so why don't you give it a try, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, Well, if it's on the left-hand side, does that mean that this is this is going to be Jill's blood then? Because of the blood in her left hand. So, oh wow. Can you see the? Oh, okay. I don't know if y'all are able to see it that well, but if you spray, you can see like the little square where you're supposed to be spraying. Like it shows like this highlighted square. That's actually pretty interesting. Yep, we got 2 bloodstains. Let's search the rest of the storeroom for bloodstains just like that. First, let's look for a place to spray the luminol reagent. Well, our assistant is luminol! Please examine the places you... Oh, I have to examine them first. Okay, fine, why not? You want to examine this spot? I like the series more than the Phoenix Wright series. Miles wasn't kidding around. Like, Phoenix... Yeah. I mean, the spirit stuff is fine. Like, it obviously... It has its place in the game. Like, even though it's a little bit removed from the actual... There we go. It's a little bit removed from the actual confines of reality, but it's not awful. Mr. Edgeworth, there's a bloodstain here too.
However, why is there a bloodstain in a place like this?
Maybe something that had blood on it was stored inside. Like, a body? Still don't like it that much when they were using it repetitively. They only use it a couple times. As, like, if I recall correctly, it completely drops off in, once you hit the second trilogy. Like, Apollo Justice, there is 0 spirit shit. In Dual Destinies, there's, like, a pseudo-spirit thing, where it's, like, only done via the acting of a pro wrestler. So, it's... I can see why people don't like it, and how that can take them out of a specific case, but it's not like it's so crazy that it's the only reason why cases get solved, right? DS series had like 3-4 cases like that. Well, in Spirit of Justice, yeah, because you go to the place of, you know, big spirit training. But in Apollo Justice and Dual Destinies, you don't really have that much of it. You don't have any of it, I think, in Apollo Justice. And in Dual Destinies, I don't think you do either. You see Pearl in the DLC and in the last case, but she doesn't do any of the spirit stuff. Not saying you're wrong, of course, but like, I feel like it's got its own purpose, but I see why it takes people out. Mr. Edgeworth, there are places we still haven't checked yet. So let's continue our investigation. Where else could there be blood, though? The ladder, if Lauder heard the murder go down, and there's blood on the ladder and blood in this box, I don't think there could be blood anywhere else. Unless it's on the elevator itself. You want to examine this spot? Let's spray luminol on every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Oh, there we go. That little box is actually really helpful. I don't hate Phoenix Wright, but I'm saying that Miles here is better than Phoenix because of these reasons. Of course, yeah, no. I got what you meant. But why in a place like this?
Perhaps this is where the murder took place.
It looks like some of the blood dripped down to the floor below. Alright, so can we open the lift up and see where the blood landed? Looks like we found all the bloodstains in the storeroom.
It seems we've investigated the storeroom sufficiently.
Alright, so now what? Do we have logic now? Oh, yeah. I didn't even notice that we got bloodstain in the costume trunk. As logic. Boom!
The reason why we found a bloodstain in the costume trunk is because the murderer hid the body in that box.
I wonder who won the bid for it. The trunk, I mean. I will say, and I've said it a couple times, I like a lot of aspects about these two games more than the original Phoenix Wright games. Like specifically the whole murder mystery aspect of the murder mystery game and the overall story of the games. Whereas in the Ace Attorney games, there's a lot of, or not a lot, but there's a couple like filler episodes or chapters where it's like when you remove this chapter, nothing really changes from the overall story, and it's more like fluff. Whereas every case in Investigations 1 and thus far in Investigations 2 seem to be tied to each other in one way or another, so it makes the overall story better. And I think with the lack of a courtroom proceedings style of event in the game, there's a little bit of leeway that you have for not explaining every specific like relation that people might have to one another. Like you're not told like, "Oh, this person hates this person and wanted to kill them for 3 years." Oh, well, there's your motive right there. He wanted to kill him. But now go through the 2-hour courtroom proceedings of proving that this man wanted to kill him for 3 years. Who could have done the murder? And then it's like, well, yeah, no, I figured it out like a while ago. Now you're just having me do this as a formality. There was no real mystery. Whereas even with like, for example, episode 3 of this game, it's pretty easy by process of elimination to figure out who murdered Isaac Dover, right? But once you once you realize that the case is supposed to be about its overall story and not so much of its mystery, it's like, okay, I can tell that this was just set up information and events, right? Because now you look at it and it's like, well, comparatively, you have this case in this Ace Attorney game, which doesn't have any ties to anything and is really easy to figure out, right? So I think these games, from start to finish, are a little bit more whole than the Phoenix Wright overall stories, right? Because like especially shit like Dual Destinies, you look at Dual Destinies and it's like, where does the real story of the game take place? It takes place in Chapter 1, Chapter 4, and Chapter 5. That is it. You can remove Chapter 2, 3, and 6, and then it's just like, okay, well, I still got the story. But with the investigations games, removing any of the chapters, and it's like, well, now you're missing this crucial part of the story.
That I don't know. In a certain way, everything worked out exactly as someone wanted.
Hold it. I couldn't have been in, I could it couldn't have been in that dressing box.
What do you mean?
When I first came down here, that box caught my eye too. It was just the right size and would have made the perfect hiding place. That's what I thought anyway. But I couldn't get the dang thing to open. It'd been wrapped up real tight with a locked chain. The murder happened after that, so hiding a body in there would have been impossible, you know? Wish they had continued this series. Yeah, it's a shame that hearing like this series didn't sell super well because they didn't plaster Phoenix Wright all over it. It's kind of a little bit disheartening because these are genuinely really good games. I think the only thing that I don't like that is that I kind of wish there was at least one courtroom phase like for the finale, like a courtroom phase for the finale of Investigations 1 I think would have been fine, but you know, say la vie, they could only do really what they wanted to do, and I don't think they wanted to push into a courtroom phase. They wanted to keep it all investigation related, so, can't really have that.
A chain wrapped around it. That's a bit strange. Right now, it doesn't seem to be locked up at all.
Huh? That's weird. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me or something. Alright, so it was locked and then it was unlocked, and the only person that could have unlocked it was the person in charge of this whole room. So, basically leading into what I was saying earlier about the mystery aspect being a little bit easier to solve, it's very clear by process of elimination that Blaze is responsible for this. Blaze the Best, the chairman of the PIC, is responsible for these shady dealings and the murder of Jill Crane, and he's trying to frame Kay for it. It seems very obvious that that is the case, but it's going to be about proving it, and even at that, it's still going to be related because there's now fake evidence which ties to, because he's old. Fucking, how old is he? I would click my organizer, but... And with that, I believe we have examined everything there is to examine here. But, profiles... Yeah, he's been in this for a while. He's been doing this for a minute, right? So, it's very possible that this could have ties to Manfred von Karma. This could have ties to, a lot of shit. How old is the doctor? The coroner? I didn't check. 60. How the fuck is she 60 but he's 68? Dog, that lady aged like shit. My god. Okay. That's fucked. But... Oh... Yeah, no, this definitely ties into the, Okay, so... Here's what I've just decided. Everything it says right here is fucking cap. That's a lie. Everything that I'm reading here is a lie. 'Cause she's... If... Okay. Yeah. Nah, I'm getting it now. Because what I'm saying right now is Bonnie Young and Blaze the Best probably know each other, right? They've probably known each other for a while. They're both pretty fucking old, right? So what's stopping him from requesting a fake autopsy report from her about Isaac Dover and giving it to Manfred von Karma? Oh, yeah. Makes sense. That makes sense to me, at least. So he's been in this process for a while. He's been auctioning off fake evidence, but he's been auctioning off evidence though. What would be the cause of an autopsy? Well, von Karma was desperate, I guess would be the answer. He probably came begging for a fake autopsy report or a way to fake an autopsy report. That seems plausible. Don't really have too much to go on from there though. Well then, let's head on down. Oh, have we decided our next destination? Hey, Kay. Yes, Mr. Shields? We wouldn't want you to get lost, so make sure you stay real close to Uncle Ray, Kay? Right, I'll follow you closely, Mr. Shields. These two, since when did they get along like that? Since Kay lost her fucking memories. Investigation complete, we're all on the elevator. We going down. Ooh, so we happen to stop right in front of that statue of of Lady Justice, right? What? Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, so they move the body away. This place is this the auction hall? No, it's the meeting room from before. How nice of you to drop in, Kay Faraday. You've got some guts. Hey, you guys, arrest her, arrest her. Wait, Kays. As for the rest of the riffraff, just show them out the door. How about you shut up? Fucking Lotta. Gotta give her respect for that. This is tyranny. Hey, it's tyranny, pal. Miles, this is kinda bad. The light of justice shines above me. Franziska is just really ready to shut bullshit down at all costs. Why did she hit Gumshoe? What the fuck? There was no need for that. You caught him in the crossfire. Why me too? Oh, that's strange. I was aiming for that weak ex-prosecutor. You were clearly aiming at me! Maybe something got in my way, particularly... right around there. Franziska. Just what do you think you're doing here, ex-prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? There's no need to throw that in front. There was none of that. You should have just said Miles Edgeworth. She takes none of Sebastian's BS. I love it. I am so thankful that Franziska's here. Although Franziska's unique, I don't understand how police allows her to bring a whip into court. Yeah? Are you gonna stop her? What are you gonna do? Get whipped trying to stop her?
I do not believe that Kay is the culprit behind this incident.
You're just an ordinary man without investigation rights. What you say does not matter. I'm Franziska von Karma. I will never stop moving forward. However, you chose to quit. The outcome of our battle has already been decided.
I cast away my badge because it became a millstone around my neck. I shall continue moving forward even without it. The path I walk will surely lead to the truth. My actions are driven by that belief, and that is something which will never change.
So, you're saying that you found a path to the truth? Then show it to me. But if that path proves to be a foolish one, it will not survive my whip. Well, here we go. Franziska's logic. The victim used her keycard and entered this room with the culprit. Not necessarily. Then the culprit stabbed the victim in the chest with the candelabra, killing her. Shouldn't the letter make it obvious who the culprit is? Of course, the crime scene was right here in this room, the PIC meeting room. No. We have Lotta just... No, it can't really be confirmed with Lotta's testimony. Well, duh, it's forbidden according to law, so is she breaking her own principles in her own sadistic ways? No, she's using it to prove that she can... She's using her whip to prove that she is better than you. The proof is in the bloodstain we found here in the meeting room. That settles it, Miles Edgeworth. Nah, not necessarily. Because there's blood on the lift, there's blood on that ladder, and there's blood in a costume box up above us. Miss Von Karma seems really confident, doesn't she? Why does she need the freaking whip for that? Because she doesn't just want to yell over and over. It saves energy, right? You want somebody to shut up, you want somebody to shut up quick, just whip them real quick. They'll shut up fast. There's no need to ask them to be quiet. There's no need to ask them or tell them to shut up. Just whip. Alright, they're done talking. I see. She's a fiery one, isn't she? I don't mind a feisty cutie. Let's have an introductory hug. Okay. How repulsive. Well, Miles Edgeworth, can you break my logic? If you truly have no intention of stopping here, prove it to me with evidence.
Very well. I'll show you, Franziska. The evidence that paves my path.
Alright, so yeah, no, we didn't only find blood here. We just found more blood. Yeah, nah, proof is in the blood stain. Alright, nope. Because we found more blood. Blood. Tap, tap.
If memory serves me correctly, the blood in the meeting room was found in front of the statue of Lady Justice, was it not?
To murder someone before Lady Justice, this culprit knows no fear.
I wonder about that. Have a look at this piece of evidence. Blood was found in the storeroom right above the meeting room. As you can see, there are signs that it has dripped down onto the floor below. And right under this hidden lift is...
the statue of Lady Justice.
Then you understand, the murder did not take place here. The killer murdered the victim in the storeroom, and then moved the body to this room. What Lady Justice witnessed was a coward trying to conceal their crime. And not the moment of the murder.
I also like how Miles moves his finger while doing smug faces when he's about to object. It's the fucking finger tap on his temple and the head shake with his hands outstretched. Those are the two best Miles Edgeworth sprites.
She's smiling.
Pardon me, I just remembered a conversation quite similar to this one. As I expected, Miles Edgeworth, such naivete couldn't possibly be an act. Just how is Mr. Edgeworth naive? Yow! Have you forgotten, or are you just playing the foolish fool? The amount of blood in the meeting room is clearly greater than in the storeroom. Oh, please don't hit me and then ignore me. Eh! Such a large amount of blood couldn't have simply dripped from the floor above. And even if it had, there should have been much more blood left behind in the storeroom. The murder could not have occurred anywhere other than this meeting room.
You're as predictable as always, Franziska.
What?
The difference in the amount of blood is just as you say. The question is, why does such a difference exist?
That issue is trivial. I've already explained it with my perfect logic.
In that case, how do you explain the blood that was found in the storm? I don't suppose you're going to tell me that it somehow sprayed all the way up there?
Like a water fountain? No way!
Exactly, it's impossible. In other words, the reason for the difference in the amount of blood is...
The amount of blood in the meeting room and the storeroom are different because... the weapon was pulled out here.
The victim died of a stab wound. Naturally, there would be a significant amount of blood loss.
That's obvious just from looking at the bloodstain. But that's so weird. She was attacked in the storeroom, but there was less blood found there than... Shut up. Silence, you third-rate prosecutor. But I'm the best!
Do you know when you lose the most blood after getting stabbed with a sharp object?
Ah, I know. It's when the sharp object is pulled out, right? Good time to have fucking Emma in the room to say that, right?
Precisely. After being stabbed with the candelabra, the body was moved to the meeting. And then the murder weapon was pulled out right here in this very room. That would account for the difference in the amount of blood that was left behind.
But why would the culprit go through all that trouble?
Most likely to give the impression that the murder occurred in the meeting room.
Big yawn.
It seems Miss Crane's keycard was used last night, but based on the time of use, it must have been a ploy by the culprit to mislead us. In all likelihood, it was the culprit who used the keycard to enter the meeting.
Why would the culprit have needed to do that?
Perhaps they feared that the storeroom would be found out during the investigation. If they were involved in the auction, they would not have wanted it to become public.
Meeting room blood data jotted down. The auction, you say?
Perhaps you should go upstairs and see for yourself what items are on display. I'm sure that will allow you to understand what occurred here.
Big yawn. Impressive, Miles Edgeworth. You're willing to go that far to protect her?
There's something big lurking behind the scenes of this case. Kay simply got caught up in it.
You're exaggerating.
Am I now? More than anyone, I would think you'd understand the significance behind all this. Why would you, a prosecutor working with Interpol, be involved in a domestic case? Wasn't your objective to crush a certain international smuggling ring? If you search for your smuggled goods that had led you here, then isn't this feeling I have related to the case?
I'm relieved. You haven't lost your touch, even though you've turned in your badge. I've heard about your situation from Scruffy over there. Thank you, Gumshoe. Sorry, sir. I just wanted to help out somehow.
A wise decision, Detective. Franziska, are you the one in charge of this case? Isn't Interpol pursuing the black market auction?
And what if I am? That's not something you need to know.
So, you knew about all this from the very beginning. You knew the black market auction was being held right here.
Hey, mind if I butt in? About that gal who turned up dead. You. Hey, I ain't done talking yet. You ain't changed a lick. This case doesn't need even a fragment of your faulty testimony. What are you saying? I'm a bona fide... Back then, you gave false testimony. Miss Von Karma seems to really dislike Lotta. I respect it.
I can't say she's fond of her.
Ain't that Crane gal one of them PIC members? She's a spitting image of the conductor. I reckon she's... She hit me again. What is the meaning of this? Answer me, Miles Edgeworth.
From Miss Hart's testimony, we obtained a description of what the conductor was wearing, and it matches with what the victim, Jill Crane, was wearing.
You mean to say the one who was murdered was the conductor? Miss Von Karma, maybe you should call... It would seem that a new fact has just been brought to light. Indeed, I came here in pursuit of the black market auction, in order to arrest the organizer of the event, in other words, the conductor.
If we believe Miss Hart's testimony, then the conductor is already dead. Wouldn't this mean that your investigation has ended in vain?
Well, no. Big yawn. Jesus Christ. I'm a sleepy boy. That's right. However, I swear on my name that I will not return empty-handed. I challenge you, Miles Edgeworth.
A challenge is fine, but why is she readying her whip like she's out for a victim of her own?
Because she knows we're right. Franziska's logic, part 2. Interesting. I will concede your argument. The murder occurred in the storeroom, correct? That would mean the culprit is someone who participated in the auction. If that photographer is correct, the victim was the conductor, and the culprit was a customer. The culprit waited for the victim in the storeroom, where the goods were delivered. No, they couldn't have waited in the storeroom, because Lotta was waiting in the storeroom. Then they stabbed the victim in the chest with a candelabra in the store. Yes, that's possible. Well, that's it. That is all. I trust you have no objections.
Unfortunately, that is not the case, because there is a hole in your testimony.
Why? Why do I keep yawning? Is there a way to stop yawning? Other than death? As expected of Mr. Edgeworth, I didn't notice anything at all. Well then, please settle this with one blow.
Yes, of course. Watch as I crush her logic.
Yeah. Absolutely no way the culprit waited in the storeroom. That's the only way that... The only way that it could have happened is if they both went up there. Oh, fuck. I meant to hit present.
Miss Hart was in the storeroom at the time. Couldn't the culprit really have been waiting there?
Or, yeah, well, actually, maybe we're supposed to press. Keep it moving. I don't know where she was hiding, but since you've seen it, you must know as well. There are numerous hiding places in that storeroom.
So the culprit was hiding while they waited for the victim to arrive.
I believe the crime occurred after the auction ended. No, because the auction kept happening. After all, the victim was the organizer of the auction, the conductor. During the auction, the organizer would have been in front of the customers the entire time.
After the auction ended. Please add that statement to your testimony.
So this is how we're going to figure out that, that they swept the clothes off. Yeah. Head shake. This is the one. That's the best one.
As I thought, you are one step behind.
What did you say?
The victim was not the conductor, and I have proof. Miss Hart's testimony.
That photographer's testimony is not trustworthy. What are y'all saying? I'm a bona fide out. Cease your idle chatter.
Franziska, calm down and listen. Miss Hart witnessed a part of the murder. The main point here is that after witnessing the murder, she says the auction continued.
That's right. Sure as can be. They all just kept going on shamelessly.
Do you think the auction could have continued without someone conducting it? If the victim was not the conductor, then the person killed must have been a customer.
Shit on.
As I said from the beginning, Kay is not the culprit. After all, she herself was attacked by someone and lost consciousness. In which case, that would also make her a victim.
If the auction continued after the incident occurred.
Yes, and the victim was not the conductor, but a customer.
Oh, here she comes. That's enough.
That voice.
Order in the court. The chairman will now enter.
My, no need to be so stiff. Actually, feel free to call me Blazy.
Well then, Blazy, what brings you here?
Huh? Well, I just wanted to see if my idiot son was working hard, is all. Is this kind of father-son relationship really healthy?
Ooh.
I'd come to light a fire under you, but it seems I found an unexpected bonus. To think that the criminal who has become the talk of the town would be here of all places.
Everyone, restrain the suspect at once.
Please wait. Kay Faraday is not the
This nigga guilty. As hell.
Silence. This is quite troubling, Edgeworth. Didn't I tell you earlier? The PIC desires a swift resolution to this case. If it's not, we could lose our trust with the public. They'd call us the waste of time committee. You know, it's troubling for me as well, that sort of thing. And at my age, too.
And on top of that, an illegal investigation is not something that I can overlook. What are you gonna do, take my badge? Have you forgotten? You are no longer a prosecutor. You've lost all your authority. Furthermore, you have aided in a criminal evading the law.
Yes, that's right. You're so reliable, Courtney. I am aware of the consequences of my actions. You may punish me as you wish. However, we have found a new suspect. It's the person pictured here. Kay Faraday was attacked by this person and...
There is no need for your explanation. Just recently, a red raincoat was discovered in the vicinity of this building. The victim's blood and cherry blossom petals were found on the hood.
Cherry blossom petals, now that you mention it, on the viewing platform.
Yes, they probably stuck on due to the blood. They were littered around the bloodstain.
We've received the forensic report on the blood, you know. There's no doubt about it. The person in that photo is the victim, Jill Crane. What did you say?
Is it true?
Is it true?
Big yawns.
Impossible. That would completely destroy the foundations of our logic. We had believed that the person in the red raincoat was the culprit, and now it turns out that person is actually the murder victim. Wait, if that's the case, then the prime suspect would be...
Miss Faraday, you met a person in a red raincoat on the rooftop, did you not? Yes, I did, but... The person in the red raincoat was the murder victim. And Kay Faraday came into contact with that person. Since one of the...
Oh! Excuse me, Jesus. Everything's coming up on me today. I don't like it.
Since one of the parties is now dead, what happened next should be clear.
Kay was attacked by that person. As the victim, it would be impossible for her to be the culprit.
There's no evidence she was attacked, is there? I mean, the fact that she was taken to the hospital is kind of evidence. Furthermore, we must consider the possibility that the victim fought back.
It's far too early to come to that conclusion. Kay is not the criminal.
You're wrong. Okay? That's wrong. Even though I don't want to believe it myself, after hearing about the raincoat, I finally remembered. I only remember a little, but from what I saw that night, the culprit is me. I remember looking down at the person in the red raincoat. Mr. Edgeworth, it was me. The culprit was me all along.
That can't be right.
Then why? Why do I have that memory? That person collapsed before my eyes, engulfed in a pool of blood. Why didn't I do anything? It must have been because I killed her. It is clear to me that the validity of Kay Faraday's memory.
Didn't you doubt it until just now, pal?
Congratulations, Miss Faraday. Your courage will surely allow you to be forgiven. Now, let us rejoice in the blessings of the Goddess of Law.
Talk to him.
Allow me to give my opinion as an international prosecutor. Her actions as a criminal are... Hurry, arrest Kay Faraday at once. How dare you behave that way before me?
You're being too forceful. Further verification is necessary. I'd even go so far as to say that this is unlawful.
Unfortunately, the law does not side with you.
It sides with me, you see? But you know, the beautiful bond between you two has been deeply etched into my heart.
That reminds me, we seem to have forgotten one additional suspect.
Edgeworth, that's you.
What's that, pal? Mr. Edgeworth hasn't done anything wrong.
I beg to differ. That's right. You see, he's no longer a prosecutor, sadly enough.
Your actions have gone too far this time, in a legal investigation and assisting the escape of a criminal.
Electricity got cut off for the time being. Unfortunate, brother.
I cannot even think of you as a former prosecutor. Now humbly accept your punishment.
Oh, yes, that's right. I believe the plan for today was to hold your hearing before the PIC. Why don't we leave the hearing for tomorrow, even though the result is already crystal clear? You should think long and hard about what you've done. Very long and very hard.
Court is now adjourned.
To be continued? How dare y'all say I'm the suspect, by the way? Oh, clap y'all niggas. Move. Oh. So you gonna put me in the detention center cell that has a fucking tunnel into the prison? Did y'all get that patched up? Are you serious? This is the second time I've been in this cell. All of my evidence has been taken from me. The only thing I have left is Kei's Yatagarasu badge. That's correct. Why did we keep this? I'm worried about Kei. Is she alright? It's time to call Phoenix up. What the fuck we doing? There's absolutely no way that this is going to happen and Miles is going to court and he just was like, yeah, no, I need somebody to defend. Well, I guess maybe he could go to Raymond. That would make sense. He doesn't need Phoenix. He has Raymond. Never mind. Scratch everything I said. You have a visitor. Please hurry out. Visitor? Who could it be? Well, I mean, there could be like one of two people. Someone by the name of Oh!
Let's go talk to the mans.
No, it will be hard to face him.
April 6th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Wait there.
He's not going to stay and keep watch.
Pardon me. Well, you're not Dick Gumshoe. Why would you lie to me?
Judge Courtney.
Hush. Please have a seat.
Why are you here? I was told the detective had come.
If I didn't instruct them to tell you that, you wouldn't be sitting here right now.
I can't think of anything she'd need from me at this point. I should try to figure out what she wants.
Yeah, why the fuck you here? Your visitation rights have been restricted to begin with.
It's as if I'm some monstrous criminal. I suppose my credibility is at rock bottom.
But of course, your friends have fared a little better though. That lawyer and that girl both quite worked up.
Mr. Shields and Ellen.
When I last saw them, they were giving one of the guards quite an earful.
What? You don't mean?
Be grateful. The goddess of law has been quite busy. They were spared punishment.
It certainly seems like you have plenty of time for small talk.
Oh yes. Prosecutor Von Karma is currently continuing the investigation. You were worried about them, right?
I guess she saw right through me.
Alright, what do you want?
Let's cut to the chase. Exactly what are you planning?
I am not planning anything. There is merely a question I wish to ask.
You're asking me?
Yes, of course. Who else is here? Objectively speaking, you are a clever individual, and you have a sharp mind. As a prosecutor, you are highly talented and capable.
Are you being ironic? Your sarcasm falls short.
I am being completely sincere, and that is why I cannot understand. Take this case for example. You're up against the PIC, but there is no chance for you to come out on top. Even a child could understand, and yet you...
Perhaps my younger self would have not done something so reckless. The me from before had power. That's why I thought justice was on my side. Just like you right now. However, because of a certain man, my self-centered sense of justice was broken down.
Say his name, damn it!
Ever since then, I began to see people in a different light. I'm able to serve as a prosecutor only because of the support of the people around me.
Whoops, clicked off the game window. Hate when I do that.
People like Detective Gumshoe, and all the other investigators, and Kay as well. Honestly, even I'm surprised at how much I've changed.
I see. Is that how it is? I've come to understand you a little more.
Understand me? Not likely. Someone like you, who forces her own sense of justice onto others, could never understand.
I wonder about that. Is that what you think? Either that or you're a fucking lapdog. I don't like her goddess of law talk. I mean, there's a symbol based on Greek goddess, but I still hate how she mentions her every time. Yeah. It's a little overbearing, but it's a character trait, I guess. They want it to be there present. If I could say one thing, it would be that this conversation has been very interesting. That is all. Then why are you here? Our conversation is coming to an end, however. I have one last thing to tell you. The date of your hearing has been set. I came here today to inform you. Today, in the PIC meeting room, may you humbly accept your fate.
If that's all you wanted to say, couldn't you have just sent a messenger?
The holy words of the goddess of law simply cannot be entrusted to others. With that, Mr. Edgeworth, I bid you farewell. I shall be seeing you again later. Phoenix Wright doesn't have a name. It's just that man from now on. April 6th, Detention Center, holding cell. Where are we? Oh, we're just going back. I thought we were about to enlist the help of Frank Saw It. What am I supposed to do in here? What do you want from me? I was just supposed to take a nap?
It's a simple bed. I don't expect it to be very comfortable to sleep on. If it were Detective Gumshoe, he would probably snore loudly while sleeping like a log. I may never get a chance to work with him again. However, this is the path I chose. I won't regret it. There's a poster on the wall next to the toilet. We are currently out of... Oh, no, it was predicted. No. Please be prepared if you wish to use the toilet. What does it mean by be prepared? Take one of these books. There's a dining menu sitting on the desk. It seems I can get food delivered if I pay for it. Let's see. Moldy white bread lunch set. Switch to moldy whole wheat bread for an extra $1. Oatmeal and grits set meal. For a limited time, gain extra gruel at no cost. That's actually a fire meal.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Jesus Christ. Gallus MIA for 2.5 hours. Did come in though. Appreciated, brother. What you doing? How you doing? I did see your PMs. I guess it would be a good time to read them. Oh. So how did your physio exam go, by the way? Thinking about who to give sub. I mean, that's also valid. Duncan is not here to thank you. I know he isn't, but... How do you think you did on your physio exam, at least, by the way? Think you did good? You doing good? Let me just clear the rest of my Discord fucking colors. Alright, those are all my notifications. But you know, oatmeal and grits, that's a fire meal. Hold on.
Thank goodness I'm not hungry right now.
I don't know why they had to say moldy bread lunch set. That's kind of fucked.
I mustn't neglect my personal appearance just because I'm in a holding cell. Prosecutor or not, this is my personal duty. My collar is slightly bent. There, a well-groomed appearance reflects a well-groomed mind. From here on, I'll need to focus on myself more than ever.
Is that it? Can I look through the windows?
There are thick bars placed on the securely on the window. That reminds me, I watched a movie that had iron bars just like these. It was about a planned escape of prison by filing down the iron bars. Of course, I wouldn't do such a thing. I don't even have a file. No, even if I had one, I still wouldn't do it.
Grades instantaneously since multiple choice, true or false, so I got 86. Pretty decent, brother. Good shit. Okay.
There's a poster here hanging in the hallway. The Dice and Slice game. Roll the dice and decide your daily menu. The Dice and Slice game has been cancelled due to the warden's arrest. We sincerely apologize to everyone who was looking forward to it.
Crazy how Kristoff gets a better cell in Edgeworth. Well, to be fair, that was actually Kristoff's prison cell. This is just a holding cell, right?
There's no need to apologize for canceling such a silly game.
Oh.
Another visitor?
What do you want? Oh, I didn't even notice it was K. I saw Beard Man up there, and I was like, what?
Ah. It seems you're all right. I'm relieved for now. You know, this is kind of touching.
You can stop it.
You look a little down, Kay. Please cheer up. You didn't do anything wrong. I guarantee it.
Please, just accept it. I'm a murderer. Pull a PK and make the channel points prices for emote release related perks higher than Knighted since I give sub anyone everywhere anyways. Yeah, that's valid. Might as well.
That's not true. Why won't you believe in yourself?
What should I believe in? I mean, there's nothing.
There's nothing to believe in? That's not true. Before you lost your memories, you literally jumped into my life. As a result, your words and actions have become engraved in my memories. That's the mark you left behind. How can you call that nothing? I believe in your innocence. That's why you must believe in yourself as well.
Thank you, but it's no use. Look at all the misfortune I've brought upon you. If you can, please forget it all. Your memories of Kay Faraday. Nope. Why are you sticking around?
You know, this takes me back. In my youth, I too was a gallant.
Is this the kind of justice that the PIC seeks?
Justice, huh? I wonder.
This man, what is he planning? Why is he pushing things forward so forcefully? It all seems too unnatural. Is there a hidden agenda? There's no time left. It's all or nothing.
Well then, I must take my leave.
Hold it. Oh! Okay. Just jump right into the chess? No matter how you look at it, Kay's arrest was unnatural. There must be something behind it. 2 knights, a rook, and a queen. Jesus.
Hey, I'm a busy man, you know. I'm kind of a big deal, you see? I trust this won't take up too much of my time.
In order to make it out of this situation, I must break through his defenses. There are plenty of things I want to ask, but my time is limited.
Okay. Let's see how fast this timer goes, because Lada's was going decently quick. Big stretch. Now let's get into it. First, I'll ask about why he rushed to the arrest.
I have no intention of letting him push me around. I will overcome this difficult situation.
Alright. Why did you arrest?
Why did you rush your arrest? I would like a clear explanation.
Explanation? What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb with me. You clearly did not follow the proper procedures.
Okay. Maybe you should pipe down a bit. Do you even know the position you're in? Oh. Let's just wait. Suppose we let the criminal escape. What do you think will happen?
What will happen?
I will be made to take responsibility, you see? I do hope you understand.
Wait and see. It seems like the timer's going by slower, but it also seems like wait and see is the proper choice if he's flicking his lighter.
Just take my advice and stay out of this if you know what's good for you.
I refuse. Kay is innocent.
No, this is so pitiful. It brings me to tears. Why won't you just give up? Things were finally going well.
What do you mean? Things were going well?
If things were going well, you say.
That's a strange way to put it, to say the least. It almost sounds as if you personally wanted Kay to be arrested. Far more than necessary. Haven't you lost your impartiality? Night gone.
You think so? That certainly wasn't my intention, you see. Edgeworth, my boy, you're reading too much into it.
He skillfully avoided the issue. However, I still have some serious doubts about Kay's arrest.
It's crazy that Miles just has this off rip. Like, no device necessary, no specific trigger. It's just, I can trap people in the chess dimension, and now we have to play chess.
Next, I shall ask him if the investigation was sufficient. I can't miss even the tiniest piece of information. That's the only way to break through this situation.
Was it under your authority?
It's hard to say that the investigation was sufficient. The arrest, was it under your authority?
Why, my, do I really look that important?
A little bit. The PIC chairman, it's quite a prominent title. Not that I care much for it.
That was rather blunt. I'm so shocked I could cry.
I'm sorry. Flattery was never my forte.
If you keep talking like that towards me, you'll never get your prosecutor's badge back, you know.
I don't want my fucking badge. I don't need my damn badge. Let me make this clear right now. I do not live for the sake of my badge. Status means nothing to me. Do you understand? Yeah, shut the fuck up back there.
young. So young. Let me teach you something as your senior in life. What you're saying right now, it's far too naive, you see. The look in his eyes has changed. He might respond differently to some of my questions now.
Alright.
This is my chance.
How long did you investigate?
How much time was spent on the investigation? Well, aren't you an impertinent one? Even someone like me, is starting to get annoyed.
Are you gonna answer my question?
What a coincidence. I feel the same way. Answer me, was the investigation sufficient? Young folks always live life in the fast lane. That's why I like to bully. You'll regret this soon enough.
I'm the one bullying you. Let's wait.
You sure are quiet. Are you scared? Ridiculous. I was just thinking about my next strategy. On how to extract information from a weepy old man. You should show some remorse, you know. Don't you get it? I hold your fate in my hands.
I don't care about fate. When did you get your hands on it? That's a fire response, but wait and see seems a little bit better, right?
In any case, even if you obtain some information, there's nothing you can do.
Uh-oh. Nipple remembered.
Just give up already. I refuse. Mind if I ask why? It's simple. The truth is fading away. That's all there is to it. I see. I'm starting to understand what kind of person you are. But you know, it's all useless. It's enough to make me cry. Give it up. The girl's guilt has already been decided.
I'll never give up.
Haven't you realized it yet? I have you cornered.
Oh. There we go.
My. I wonder what you're getting so excited about. I can't understand the high spirits all you young folks seem to have.
Young folk?
That was a wasted remark. No. I have no intention of letting him push me around. I will overcome this difficult situation.
How long did you investigate, right? I'm trying to remember what exactly we did, because we did the fucking we did K is not the culprit, we did was it under your authority, and we were starting. How long did you investigate? Even someone like me is starting to get annoyed. I feel the same way. Answer me. Was it sufficient? Wait and see. I gotta remember exactly what the fucking questions were. Yeah. Wait and see.
In any case, even if you obtain some new information, there's nothing you can do. Just give up already. I refuse. Mind if I ask why? It's simple. The truth is fading away. That's all there is to it. I see. I'm starting to understand what kind of person you are. But you know, it's all useless. It's enough to make me cry. Give it up. The girl's guilt has already been decided.
Decided, you say?
That's strange. The way you said that, it almost sounds like it was decided from the very beginning. What are you trying to say?
Her arrest was planned, dipshit.
Yes, it's clearly unnatural. Everything is progressing as if Kay's guilt was predetermined. Wasn't Kay's arrest planned from the start?
Shit on. Yeah.
I see. That's an interesting theory. But I don't have time to indulge in your flights of fancy, you know. Why don't we put an end to this silly conversation? Curses. He's trying to get away. Before that, I must find out if the arrest was lawful.
With the music fucking speeding up, that does not sound very good.
It's still very faint, but I'm beginning to see the path to the truth.
Alright.
I can't let this opportunity slip by.
I still have more to ask, buddy.
Please wait. There is still something I want to ask you. I've grown weary of our little tete-a-tete. Please keep it short, okay?
Fuck, what's the basis for the arrest?
If I put together what you have told me up until now, I cannot help but say that there is no basis for Kay's arrest.
Alright. Then he can reduce a cup of water and body fluids in seconds. Yeah, nah, just gross. Crying, dripping from his beard.
I understand, you see. But you know, it doesn't really matter either way. You can't overturn her arrest. How irresponsible. Do you still claim to be a man of the law? My, those are some harsh words, you know. You know, you're starting to make me a little angry.
Let's just wait.
You see, to be honest, I can't really answer all of your questions, you know. That's just the position I'm in, you see. I'm a busy man, you know. Aren't you just pretending to be busy? That's cruel. You know, this old chunk of coal has been working like a dog. Pretending. Just what you think that would accomplish.
Well, I mean, you would cover up any actions. You don't want to talk about it.
You don't want to talk about the case. Isn't that why you're trying to get away from this place? How sad. Yes, how sad indeed. Do you really suspect little old me?
A little bit, a little bit.
I do suspect it, and I'm confident about it. There was clearly no basis for Kay's arrest. My, have you forgotten? Wasn't there evidence? The mask, the letter, and the corsage, all were found in the girl's possession. Not to mention, she even confessed. All of this serves to prove her crime. That's... Any objections?
Drink every time he empties his goggles. Yeah, if you want your stomach pumped, that's a great way to do it. Objection? You bet I'll object. How about we just wait, okay?
See, you have no response. It's true I have no objections, although there is one point that bothers me. This man seems awfully familiar with the evidence. To remember everything without missing a beat. That intrigues me. Ooh. This could be a useful clue.
I still got more to talk to you about. You become hydrated while he becomes dehydrated? No. Dog, that's awful. Cause now I'm just imagine you're just drinking water, right? You're not even drinking alcohol, and you drink every time he empties his goggles. My brain would start to think, damn, it's almost like I'm drinking the water he's letting out of his goggles, and that's just gonna make me throw up.
I've grown weary of our little tete-a-tete.
Please keep it short. Who made the decision to arrest?
Who was the one who made the decision to arrest her? Well, I can't say I remember. Growing old is a terrible thing, you see. My memory's not what it used to be, you know. Perhaps I should use that clue.
Oh. You remembered every single piece of evidence.
Don't play dumb with me. Didn't you remember all of the evidence in full detail just now? Stop pretending to be a forgetful old man when things aren't going your way.
This rook has taken a lot of hits.
Now then, who was the one who made the decision to arrest her? I see. You're a sharp one, aren't you? You know, I wish my son could learn from you. Because he's a real idiot. I'm not interested in your son. Who made the decision for the arrest? You're a bad man, you know? Don't you already know? The one who ordered her arrest.
Obviously, it was you. Sturdy rook, the NBA watching in disbelief. Look, bro, come on.
The person right in front of me. I'm certain of it.
Queen left. Okay, the rook is gone. The rook is gone.
Make it sound like I committed some sort of injustice. Guess I'll have to clear that up. My honor is at stake here, you see. Very well, I'll continue to play along with you until you are satisfied. What is most crucial here is how much this man knows about the case. If I can get him to reveal that.
Get my time back.
It's do or die. If I can overcome this, I'll reach the truth.
You seem to know a little bit, homie.
You seem pretty familiar with the case. I'm a wise man, you know. I'm familiar with most things, you see. I don't think it was very wise of you to arrest Kay in this case.
Let me scratch my ear, hold on. Having a headset over my ear for a long time just makes it, like, really fucking uncomfortable. I don't know if I'm the only one in that way. That lighter is dangerous. Let's wait and see.
I'm a very busy man. I can end this conversation at any time I want, you know? Don't you forget about that. This would have already been over if you simply answered my questions. If you give me a proper answer, I won't take any more of your time.
Fair enough.
I will ask you once again, why are you so familiar with this case? I read the case files, you see. Honestly, it was quite a drag, you know, but it's my job, so what else could I do?
You just said you were really fucking busy. What kind of shit?
Because of my position, you see? I can't just skip out on it.
Well, I had some time. You had time to kill? Dickhead. You did not. You're lying. You just said you were fucking busy.
That's strange. Didn't you just say you were very busy?
Damage.
Aren't your faults slowly coming to light? If you truly wish to protect your position, I would advise you to rescind the arrest order. You really are desperate, you know? That never say die attitude. It touches my heart. But you know, it's unfortunate that all your hard work was for naught.
The hypocrisy, the gall, the fucking audacity of this man.
Because we discovered her unconscious body near the crime scene, you see?
You found her unconscious. Interesting.
This is the first I've heard of Kay's condition when she was found. She was unconscious in the store. That's right. The source of that information is classified, though.
Ah! So you found her in the storeroom. Blue tracksuit niggas, every single time. Every time he pulls out his lighter, I get reminded of if I've been asked if they got a lighter, some cigs on me.
Yeah.
Like, he's got, like, a Zippo lighter, too. It's not like it's just a standard, like, everyday lighter. So it's just, like, you really don't have too much to say on the wayside of, yeah, nah, that's just a normal thing that he has because he, like, smokes cigarettes or something. That's just a dangerous thing for him to have. And just be playing with it naturally. Why did you post the raptor, Nipple? I don't get it.
This man knows things even I don't know. Does he know the whole story behind this case? This could be a useful clue.
So, what you know about Kay?
The suspect. Regarding Kay, how much do you know about her? She's a suspect in this case. That's all I know, you see. Scouts are. Perhaps I should use that clue.
Okay. Don't you know the whole story? Rook time.
Something you said feels out of place. You know about things that the crime scene investigation never revealed. Why is that? Just how much of the truth do you know?
I thought that was gonna break it for sure.
You're making that forceful face again. You know, it kinda makes me want to do the same. Like this.
What? Fucking... Okay, cool, sick.
You really are a persistent one, you know? But I can admire that, you see? I will take that as a compliment. Can't you give it a rest already? At my age, my body's not as strong as it once was, you know. There is no one else who could be the culprit besides her. She was even given that much evidence to show that
she was given evidence? Interesting. She was given evidence?
She was given evidence, you say? That's an odd choice of words. It almost sounds as if she did not possess them under her own will. see. You really do have a fine eye for the details. As expected of a former prodigy prosecutor. You've already found your answer, haven't you? I'm listening, so go ahead and say it. There's no need to hold back. I finally wrenched open the heavy door to the truth. Now all that remains is to strike the final blow.
Kay is not the culprit. Got him. GG's.
My. That's a rather bold claim, you know. Anyone can shout objections at the top of their lungs, you see, Mr. Former Prodigy Prosecutor. I shall break through this with that clue.
The culprit was somebody else.
Kay was framed. The true culprit is pinning the blame on her. That is my answer.
Checkmate.
Oh.
Damn it. A lot of dots. Yeah, laughing. Laughing is, as we've discussed before, if you want to prove your innocence or your non-relation to a case, never start laughing.
It almost makes me feel bad that your prosecutor's badge was taken away, you know. Yes, it's as you say. Checkmate.
Impact time. Bomb! Bomb! Also, since my spring semester ends today, gonna start applying for a third job tomorrow. Hell yeah, let's go. Mr. Jobbed up Gallus, always.
You arrested Kay even when you knew the existence of the true culprit. Don't toy with me. There was no way such an act would be tolerated. You sure are green, you know. That's what a prosecutor is supposed to do.
Flick.
It will work out all fine, if we make her guilty. Who desires such a resolution? If I had to say, maybe the PIC, and also maybe me, you know? When I heard your words just now, I could barely hold back my tears, you know. It was just so splendid, you see, and it burns me up inside. I'm not the most perfect piece of work, you know, so I can't forgive such youthfulness. You say the truth is important, but you know, once you know the real value the truth holds, I wonder if you can still say the same thing. What are you trying to say? When you get to where I am, you can just create your own truths anytime you want.
Damn. It doesn't sound like he's guilty at all.
Kay Faraday is the culprit. That was a truth that I simply manufactured out of thin air. Good. Very good. That face, that expression. You were such a desperate one, you see. That's why I really wanted to bully you, you know? You see, even if you know the truth, there is simply nothing you can do. And that's the real value of truth. So shocking it's to die for, you know? Why won't you pursue the true culprit? How much of the truth do you know? Do you understand now? The truth that you believe in is worthless, you see? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Powerless former prosecutor? You. Oh, scary, scary. You know, I guess the friends of a heinous criminal are also quite heinous themselves. Blaze. You! And like this, you see, one more person will disappear before me. Here come the waterworks. These tears of mine just won't stop, you know.
I'm gonna cook you, old man.
Everything will be decided in today's deliberation. Kay's innocence. I will definitely prove it.
Oh. Y'all got the niggas. Why is Lotta here? This is my hearing. Why is she here? Just move. I'm late. Oh, Lotta? Yeah. Lotta is here.
10 members are present. The quorum has been met. From here on out, let the council begin. Today's deliberation shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and ability as a prosecutor.
Yeah, so why is Lotta Hart here? I would understand if it was different, like, if we were discussing the possibility of, what's the word? If we were discussing the possibility of Kay's culpability. as the true culprit of this crime, but we're not. We're just discussing Edgeworth. Only Edgeworth should be here.
But our members discuss this matter with a clear conscience of the goddess of law.
A clear conscience. Don't make me laugh.
Courtney, please give us your report.
On April 5th, Prosecutor Edgeworth carried out an illegal investigation and resisted arrest. He was arrested by 2 of our members who caught him in the act, myself and Blaise DeBest. Prosecutor Edgeworth disrupted the investigation of attorney Jill Crane's murder. He claims that the culprit, Kay Faraday, was arrested without sufficient evidence. Even now, his claim remains unchanged.
Tell us more about the murder incident.
On April 5th, the victim's body was found here in the PIC meeting room. Regarding the details, I, Sebastian DeBest, the best prosecutor, will enlighten you. The prosecutor in charge, Sebastian DeBest, will explain the rest of the details. Why would he? The murder happened on the night of April 4th. The victim was one Jill Crane. On the same night, a black market auction was being held in this very meeting room. I guess Miss Crane was taking part in the auction. Yup. The murder occurred in the middle of the auction, did it not? When Miss Crane was found, she was dressed like the conductor of the auction. However, based on the fact that the auction continued after the murder occurred, I deduce that Miss Crane could not have been the conductor.
You weren't the one who made that deduction.
It was me. I did that. Spooky boys. Did you miss it, Starsman? Or you just... Oh, well, I assume if you just got here, yeah, you would have missed it, but, But yeah, no. They had these masks with voice changers in them so that they would, so that they'd fuck around and not reveal themselves. But you're here now. Fuck work. All my homies hate work. Sebastian, please show everyone the basis of the arrest of the culprit. You got it, Justine. Kay Faraday was unable to bear the weight of her own good conscience. I believe you mean her guilty conscience. Yes, it was her guilty conscience that drove her to confess the crime. According to her confession, on the roof of this building, she met a figure in a red raincoat on the viewing platform.
So Crane was wearing a red raincoat?
Yes, that's correct. The culprit used the conductor's clothes as a red herring to mislead us. At the time of the murder, Miss Crane was wearing a red raincoat. It was I who discovered the raincoat near this building. He did. I'm sure it was the forensics team who found it. To be more precise, it was the forensics team under Sebastian's orders who discovered it. I thought as much. According to the blood analysis, the person in the red raincoat and Miss Crane were the same person. The decisive evidence is the culprit's own confession. She testified that she killed her. That's right, the culprit is Kay Faraday. It couldn't have been anyone else but her.
Well then, Edgeworth, if you have any objections, let's hear them.
I have no objections.
I see. It seems all the fight's gone out of you after your little overnight stay.
Oh! Oh! Damn, could you imagine? It's really just, I'm gonna let you keep talking. Now shut up. Psych, nigga, I have no objections.
I have no objections to your claim that I investigated illegally. I admit to that. However, I object to the claim that Kay is the culprit.
I will testify that Sebastian's investigation was fair and just. Of course it was, Justine. Don't you know that I'm the fairest of them all?
Edgeworth, my boy, despite how things may seem, I actually kinda like you. If, and this is just an if, you see, if you were to withdraw your objection, you might be sitting on this side of the bench tomorrow.
Are you saying if you want me to drop everything and go away from the truth? Yeah, guess what I'm not gonna do?
I'll ask you one more time, Edgeworth. Do you have any objections?
Don't take me for a fool. I advise you to watch what you say. This man is the one who should watch what he's saying. I'm talking about the case, not about a chair. And I demand a testimony. By all means, let me hear it. I want to know how the PIC understands this case.
A testimony from us, eh? Fine, then, if that's what it takes to make you happy. Courtney, give him the materials from the investigation.
Sir, but that's...
It's the end of the line for him. I'll let him go out in a blaze of glory.
Ah, get it? It's like his name. If you insist, Mr. Chairman. Received evidence from Judge Courtney. Did we get all of our shit back? Yeah, we got it all back. And nothing new. Okay, wanted to check with that. Courtney staying with the Empress. How about you control yourself?
Why don't we have Courtney give the testimony? I have no objections.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Don't worry, Kay. You just watch from over there.
Watch me cook. Summary of the case. Miss Crane went to the black market auction as a customer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for auction. We believe that she left her seat after winning the bid for it. Okay. The only exit from that storeroom is the hatch that leads out to the viewing platform. Okay. Miss Crane went out to the viewing platform where she was attacked by Kay Faraday. Nah, I don't think so. That's not necessarily true. That was how she met her end, and that concludes my summary of the case. No, Courtney wasn't in the room when Lotta was giving her testimony, or when she was talking about the events.
The red raincoat was up for auction. Is that a fact?
It is quite likely. The red raincoat had been a piece of evidence. In the assassination attempt. Oh yeah, exactly. Originally, it should have been stored in an appropriate place. But when I asked about it, I learned that it went missing.
And it somehow made its way back to the black market auction. Certainly a natural conclusion. My, well done, Courtney. Your explanation is as clear as ever.
I am much obliged. Prosecutor Edgeworth, will you concede defeat now?
Sorry, but I don't plan on it.
I see. I am relieved.
Relieved? What does she mean? Come to think of it, her reason for questioning me yesterday remains a mystery. Just what is she thinking?
Summary of the case. Yeah, no, I don't think that she went out into the viewing platform and was attacked there, because Lotta told us that she wasn't attacked there. She told us that she was attacked in the storeroom. How about that? Wait. Because she'll probably say that her testimony is admissible, right? But she can't say that a photo is admissible. Let's look at the photo she took as well. So this very well could be Jill because of the blood in the hand. Okay. So yeah, no, this proves that Lotta heard an attack in here and then the person left, right? That seems right. Yeah. Tap, tap.
Judge Courtney, I have found it to be strange for a while now. Why is Miss Hart here with us?
She's an eyewitness to this case. Isn't it only natural for her to be in attendance? Aw, shucks. I reckon I'm more of an ear witness than an eyewitness.
It seems that gaining the trust of others isn't your strong point, Judge Courtney.
Perhaps I simply do not wish to be as tactless as you.
It appears you have failed to get the witness to tell you the most vital information. Please look at this photo. This was taken by Miss Hart.
This photo seems to have been taken in the storeroom. And what of it?
According to your reasoning, the incident took place on the viewing platform. However, Miss Hart encountered the incident in the storeroom. That's right, it had taken place just before this photo was taken.
Wait, if that's true, then Justine's reasoning...
Exactly, it does not hold up.
What? Cooking.
Miss Hart, allow me to ask you again. You saw the person in this photo with your own eyes, correct?
I sure did. I seen him plain as day with my own two eyes.
And what did you think at the time?
I figured it was about to get me a big scoop, you know?
I guess that makes sense. That's not what I meant. What did you think of that person? Huh? Well, I reckon she'd help me bring home the bacon. Are you mocking me? Oh, shucks, don't make that scary old face. It was just a harmless little joke. Person in the red raincoat, I reckon they were the culprit. I hope you understand that. The crime occurred in the... Prosecutor Edgeworth, I cannot understand your argument if you do not say it out loud. If you had simply asked, I would have been more than willing to explain. Explain what? The sounds Miss Hart heard may not necessarily be related to the case.
I like that Lotta has a southern accent. Yeah, I don't know why they gave Lotta and then the person that Lotta was training, or teaching, I guess would be the word, a southern accent like it was just fine.
That is impossible. Enough of your excuses.
Was the voice that Miss Hart heard really that of Miss Crane? Such a shady conversation must have had something to do with the case. What did her voice sound like? Her voice? Well, beats me. How was I supposed to know? They were both using voice changers. Yes, the voices Miss Hart heard have been altered by a device. We must therefore question whether or not they have any bearing on this case. Tap, tap. You need not object just because you wish to sigh.
Judge Courtney, it seems I have greatly overestimated you. No, Courtney is quite amazing, you see? You claim that the sounds Miss Hart heard have no bearing on the case. Even if they do not, it doesn't change the fact that the crime took place in the store. At the very least, the crime must have occurred before the victim went up to the rooftop. The reason being...
Evidence proves the crime occurred before the victim went up to the viewing platform. Got blood on the hand.
At first, I thought the person in the red raincoat was the culprit.
Well, Miss Hart's testimony certainly made it sound that way.
Precisely. It was because she saw that person's hand was covered in blood. Anyone who heard her testimony would have arrived at the same conclusion. The person in the red raincoat was the culprit, and blood on their hand was the victim's. However, if the person in the red raincoat was the victim, then the situation changes completely. Since blood can be seen in this photo, it must have been taken after the crime occurred. It seems we've been under the wrong impression in regards to the victim's condition. This photo shows that the true condition of the victim. The victim,
was still alive after the attack.
The victim was definitely attacked in the store. Immediately afterward, the victim was seen with blood on her hand. That must mean the victim was still alive even after she was attacked. The blood on her hand must have come from her own wound.
No way! Are you saying she died from a hand injury?
Are you fucking serious? No, that is not the case. I suspect she just held her hand against the wound. It can't be seen in a photo at this moment. She must have already suffered a fatal wound.
We're talking about the girl that fell? No, we're not talking about Kate, we're talking about Jill, the girl that was stabbed with the candelabra.
Oh, if that's true, then it changes a lot of things, you know? It seems you understand. This refutes all allegations against Kay. Kay encountered the victim after this picture was taken. I believe at that point in time, the victim was already on the verge of death. It's likely that Kay just happened to be present when the victim reached the end of her strength.
That is quite the coincidence.
Indeed, I can only say that she was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, it seems you have forgotten a crucial fact.
You mean that, right? He must be pretending that he hasn't noticed it, you see? What did you say? Are you implying that I forgot something?
Was talking about Jill, but I forgot she was stabbed and not fell to her death? Yeah.
Courtney, I think it's about time you gave him his last rites.
Hey, Pops, Justine's with me, you know. Don't order her around like that.
You know, even though you're my son, you're so embarrassing.
I'm not embarrassing.
I'm sorry, but you're both rather embarrassing.
Justine, give Mr. Edgeworth his, Very well. I shall give him his last rites.
You're not Nayuta. How about you back up?
Edgeworth's contradiction. Ooh. When the body was found, There were 3 wounds in Miss Crane's chest. I'm sure you're well aware what kind of wounds these were, right? Yes. She was stabbed in the heart with a 3-pronged candelabra. Is there any person who could survive such an injury? Please take a close look at the autopsy report. Can you still say the same thing after reading it? I've been saying the autopsy report is cap as fuck. So, no. No. Wait. Also, if she got stabbed while she was wearing the fucking red raincoat, wouldn't the red raincoat have blood, like, not just in the hood? It would have blood on the, the chest as well, right? And it would be punctured. I will offer a rebuttal, of course. Why would you do that? Didn't you just hear what Justine said? Of course I did, and I still plan to object to it. It's not fair. You're always opposing me at every turn. It was never my intention to oppose you. Huh? Really? It's simply not worth my time. I see. So that's how it is. Yep. After all, I'm... That's enough, you know. You're embarrassing your father, you see. Huh? What do you mean, Pops? Alright. So, yes, if she was stabbed, then there should be blood on the raincoat, too. Yep. She was stabbed in the heart. Then why wasn't there blood on the raincoat itself, and just only on the hood? On the front of the raincoat. Tap. Chairman DeBest, do you know what this is? It seems to be a red raincoat. How about it, Courtney? The victim, Miss Crane, was wearing this earlier. Prosecutor Edgeworth, must I repeat my explanation to you all over again? I suppose it just might come to that, Judge Courtney. Answer me this. This red raincoat was stained with blood. Do you happen to remember where specifically those blood stains were located? Of course I do. They were on the hood. Wait, it can't be. What does this mean? Judge Courtney, were there any other blood stains besides the ones on the hood? None were detected. Don't you think it's strange? The victim died from a stab wound to the chest. In that case, there should have been blood stains on the front of the raincoat. However, the only blood they found was on the hood. This is a huge contradiction. The wound on the victim's head is no ordinary wound. After all, the victim sustained this wound before she was stabbed in the chest. It does appear that way, doesn't it? The victim first suffered the head wound. If she had already been stabbed in the chest, the raincoat would have been stained with blood. Therefore, it is unthinkable that her chest was stabbed before she suffered the head wound. So that means the autopsy report is cap, nigga! So, the order of the wounds would be first the head, followed by the chest. However, does that really change the situation? With this, a contradiction is born, one that overturns all of our assumptions up until now. Is the change really that great? I look forward to hearing it. Well then, this contradiction, why don't you show it to me? With evidence. Which piece of evidence shows the contradiction that arises from the order of the wounds? The autopsy report. That's the key card record. Pfft. This is the autopsy report. It's weird because in the Ace Attorney, the other Ace Attorney games, the autopsy report is like a manila envelope with paper sticking out of it, so looks a little bit weird. This is the autopsy report written by Dr. Young. According to this, the head wound was post-mortem. But that's not what the raincoat shows. Exactly. It's the exact opposite. Bailiff, hurry and summon Dr. Bonnie Young at once. Until we hear what she has to say, we cannot close the curtains on this case. Time to cook up. Yes, ma'am. Understood. She's a busy person. What is she doing? It will take her for some time to arrive. In the meantime, let us try viewing this case from another angle. There's something that's been on my mind. One of the key figures in this case, the conductor. We still don't know who that person is. Now that you mention it, Even after our investigation, we still have no idea who it is. The conductor has come up time and time again during this hearing. However, at this point in time, their identity remains a mystery. How about it? Do you have any ideas?
I'm still not sure at this moment. However, there is someone I have in mind. A certain individual involved with this case who might know something about it.
Who's that?
Blaze. I didn't even have to fucking select him. Blaze the best. I demand your testimony.
What? Don't say such a stupid thing. Why would you suspect Pops? Are you trying to cast suspicion towards the chairman of the PIC? Do you understand what that means?
Status and prestige mean nothing before the truth. That man is trying to pin the crime on Kane. The evidence that was in Kay's possession, the ticket stub, the mask, the corsage, these items did not come into her possession out of her own volition. By some method, that man purposely planted them on her personage.
It is hard to believe such an accusation, but I'll ask just in case. Why would he do that?
Obviously, to direct suspicion towards Kane. I succeeded in drawing out those words from him earlier.
Mr. Chairman, your response?
Are you too shocked to speak?
And what of it?
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, what of it? You say that you drew out some words from me, but you don't have a shred of proof, you know.
Actually, there's a fucking camera outside of the holding cell that was kind of pointed directly at the holding cell. Pretty sure that's a little bit of proof. The one camera in the whole universe.
No one else heard it but you. It just doesn't work like that, you see? Or do you have something else? You know, some kind of basis for your argument?
Yeah, like, you can't prove it is basically like, yeah, I did it, so what, in this fucking universe. It's quite literally, everybody should hear the words, can you prove it, and be like, oh yeah, nah, he's guilty.
This confidence, he also showed it in the cell.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I would like you to explain once more. I trust we have your permission, Mr. Chairman.
But of course. I'm pretty interested in this matter myself, you know. I'd like to know just what part of me seems criminal to Edgeworth. There's no one as honest as I am, you see. How can he say that with a straight face? Let's start from the top. The fact that the auction was held in this room is a cause for suspicion. This is the PIC meeting. I imagine it would be difficult for non-members to enter.
That's why all the members have key cards, you know. Did you miss the fucking elevator that was going up and down?
I think we can assume that multiple auctions have been held here before. Therefore, suspecting a member of the PIC would be the best. Yes, because the conductor had to have been a PIC member.
The words of someone who's being cornered. Yeah, I think Apollo did say that in Game 5.
Wait, no! What was that all about?
What do I do, Pops? I just helped the enemy.
Sebastian really is an idiot, you know? But you see, Edgeworth, I'm not the only one with access, you know.
Indeed. There are 11 members in the PIC. Even if we rule out the victim, Miss Crane, there are still 10 potential suspects.
It's not me!
But it couldn't be the chairman, right? I don't know who it is, but whoever it is should just come forward.
Yes, everyone just calm down, you know? Edgeworth, is that all you got? Where's the evidence to suspect me? Oh, so you've fallen silent. But you've gone too far, you see? I won't forgive you anymore. It's too late for regrets, you know? I'm a very important man, you see, former prosecutor of and the chairman of the PIC.
Well, that's really crazy. You would be surprised how many fucking important people I've completely shut the fuck up in the past. You ain't shit.
It's fine if you're not prepared to face the fire, you know, because you see... Either way, it won't make any difference.
Clowned by his own father, what a shame. He's been saying he's dumb as fuck forever. 'Cause I'm gonna bully you. Let's see how true that is. You've been rambling on for quite a while about the most trivial details, you know? Lighter. Like the location of the murder, the order of the wounds, and what else was there. It just doesn't matter, you know? Because you see, none of that means anything, you know? Think about it. We've got the suspect herself saying she killed the victim. She says that she might. She's the only one that it could have been, right? That's all that matters, you see. She'll even get a lighter sentence with her confession, you know? What? Also, you really can't fault Blaze for crying all the time. I'd be miserable too if my wife carried around Sebastian for 9 months, then up and left me with him. Yeah. Now, then, if there are any contradictions, be my guest. How can that be considered testimony? There must be a contradiction somewhere. That person, he's very important, isn't he? Mr. Edgeworth. It's alright. Let's just give up. Surely I must have killed her. I can even remember it. Don't be tied down by your muddled memories. If you want to believe in something, believe in the truth. Say it. Fuck. Believe in the... Thank you, translation team. Thank you, whoever snuck that one in. I fuck with you. Whoever got that one in. Believe in the me who believes in you. But... my opponent is the PIC chairman. Taking him down won't be easy, however. He has underestimated me. If I can take advantage of that. Gurren Lagann niggas, truly. Because I'm gonna bully you. Yeah, how about you explain about her confession a little bit more? What else was there? It just doesn't matter. None of that means anything. Got the suspect herself saying she killed the victim. Yeah. She gave a confession, kind of. It wasn't even a real confession. It may be true she confessed, but however, that does not make it the truth. She is suffering from memory loss, so we must question the credibility of her testimony. It's an okay objection. Even if you say that, you know, it still won't solve anything. What good will it do to deny her confession? Sounds like nonsense to me. Want to try asking her again? I think she'll just say that she's the murderer again, though. Very well. Let's try asking her again one last time. I'd like to hear from Kay herself, whether or not she is the culprit. Huh? From me? Will that be alright? If this goes poorly, it will be quite unfavorable for you. I do not mind. However, I shall ask Kay the question myself. I moved to tears, you know? Oh, how touching, you know? How very touching. Fine, then I'll let you ask her. However, I have one condition. If all this proves to be a waste of time... Stop burning shit up. Why? And that will be the end of it. How does that sound? Alright. The end of the hearing? Yes, yes. It seems you could be smart once in a while, Sebastian. In other words, you see, if she confesses again, Kay Faraday will be found beyond a shadow of a doubt guilty. Yep, it's a fine idea. Guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, that's right. That's harsh, but either way, if I do nothing, she'll be declared guilty. Kay? Yes. I know what I'm asking of you is unreasonable, but please, I want you to answer me. It doesn't matter how tiny it is. Do you remember anything? Why does he wear the goggles to keep the tears in and has to constantly empty them? Because he's stupid. Now, I'm going to let you to decide where to go with that information, but the answer is he's stupid. Anything that would prove your innocence. Why? Why would you go that far for me? I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to remember. Because I might have done something even worse. If that were the case, I would only make things worse for you, Mr. Edgeworth. We really, like, I better show her this fucking Yatagarasu badge, and she better snap back to reality mad quick. Kay Faraday must have been a despicable criminal. Someone who betrayed your trust.
Don't worry. We've only known each other for a short while, but I know you very well.
Talk to him.
I'd even say that I know you better than yourself now that you've lost your memories. You cannot possibly be a culprit, because your true identity is...
Yeah! I don't like the music kind of faded down, but whatever.
Take that!
The great thief Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu was a noble thief who would never stoop to murder.
Aw, please, tell me you remember everything now. Ah, fuck! No, it's useless. After all, no matter what, that memory still remains. This image that stuck to my head, I just can't get rid of it. That means I must have.
Hold it!
Wait a minute, wait. There's no clear evidence to prove that you're the culprit.
Besides your own confession. Remember what I said. You must believe in yourself. Or perhaps you cannot trust my words.
No, that's not it. It's because you're trying to save someone like me. You've already lost so much, all for my sake. I can't bear it anymore. Please. Please just give up. We ain't giving up. I don't know if you know who I am. There is no giving up around here. It's so he has water handy when he accidentally lights his beard on fire. That just makes him stupid. That still makes him stupid.
I see now. I thought it was strange. The reason you are acting like you wanted to be found guilty was because you were concerned about me. That is just like you, Kay.
It's because you're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth.
Unfortunately, I may fall short of your expectations. I am not trying to be a good person. No matter how much you may want me to give up, I'll keep trying to save you. That is the nature of who I am. Whether or not it is a burden for you is none of my concern.
It's not like I love you or anything, idiot.
Kay, believe in yourself once more. You are a noble great thief. What you should be doing is doubting your memory of committing the murder. That is my wish, above all else. Please.
Oh, my head! Charles!
Kay.
What is it? Do you remember something?
If she remembers something now, it'd be like a bad movie.
Bull. Shit. Bull? Prosecutor Edgeworth, please ask her to clarify.
Well, Kay, what do you mean by bull?
I remember now. The person in the red raincoat had that with her. Oh! The stuffed bulldog. I'm certain of it. Yeah, it's time! Is that true, defendant? Yes, Your Honor. The court hereby accepts the defendant's statement as a new piece of testimony.
Quit messing around, Courtney. Testimony like that cannot be accepted, you know.
Your objection has been noted, sir. However, testimony about the victim's belongings
has been lacking up until now. Nevertheless, you know, her vague memories cannot be trusted, you know.
Her memories are vague? That would be bad for us as well. Didn't you say this earlier yourself, Mr. Chairman? Since we have the suspect's confession, we don't need to worry about the trivial details. If we decide to doubt her memories, then her confession goes right out the window. Then we must also doubt her confession, which is the main foundation of our case. Are you willing to do that, sir?
You're right. Well, never mind then. I shall leave it to you.
Thank you very much. We
did it. It was touch and go for a while there, though. However, those words of Judge Courtney just now. It almost feels as if she's on our side.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you know anything about this stuffed animal?
The stuffed animal Kay spoke of must have been this. We found it in the stall. I believe it is believed to be one of the items for auction.
Oh. This is...
Do you know something about it, Justine?
No, it's just a bit different from what I imagined.
Indeed, it's certainly not what I have expected the victim to be carrying. Let's examine every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Well, what do we got? Got the missing hole. The left horn is missing.
There's a hole in this stuffed animal. It seems this hole is where the horn is inserted into.
I guess its head isn't stuffed with cotton. I wonder what's inside.
Perhaps I should examine the other side.
Okay, I don't know why we would need to do that, if this is... Why are we so fucking close? Jesus Christ, pull us out a little bit there.
The right arm seems to be fine, but the entire balance feels a bit off.
This horn, it looks like you can move it.
What?
Is it a recorder? What was that buzzing sound?
It seems this toy is equipped with a recording device.
And I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time.
Is this the moment of the murder?
Who could have recorded something like this? Well, one of them has a burn mark. This is... There ain't no doubt about it. This here is what I heard. We cannot verify when these voices were recorded. It's also possible that they aren't related to the case after all. If only we had some video as well. That's hogwash. I'm telling you, that right there was the conversation that I heard. The victim was holding on to it, right? I reckon it must have been recorded when she got attacked. That certainly is a possibility. However, your testimony alone is insufficient. What's going on, Solaris? I require something with a little more credibility.
Again, her words. It almost sounds as if she's trying to give me advice. Judge Courtney, there's no mistaking that those voices were from the incident. Please recall the audio that was recorded by the stuffed animal.
I mean, it's two people, right?
Jeez. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. If we compare this part of the recording with a certain piece of evidence, we can prove it.
The autopsy report? Even though we've discovered that's hogwash because it has a picture of the body? The autopsy report? And exactly what part of the autopsy report shows that?
Oh. This is the part that shows the recording took place during the moment of the crime.
The fact that it says burn mark? That has to be it, right? I want to make sure that I get, like, right, there we go, right on the word burn. Tap, tap.
I remember clearly what that voice said. You can't hide that burn from me. On the victim's hand, there was a burn mark.
Indeed, it just happened to match up, you see.
According to Kay's testimony, the victim had been holding the stuffed animal, and it just happened to record a characteristic of the victim, namely the burn.
That's just a coincidence. I mean, it could happen, right? I do not think so. It is hard to believe that all of this is simply a coincidence. The voices on the stuffed animal were most likely recorded during the incident.
One of these voices must have belonged to the true culprit. From what we've heard, it must have been the one who was doing most of the talking.
Who
But what's the point? In the end, we still can't tell their gender or identity, you know. Indeed, because they had been using a voice changer, it can't be helped. It seems the situation has become quite clear. The conversation Miss Hart overheard was between the culprit and Miss Crane. That's what I've been telling you from the start. And from this, we will understand a new fact. Please enlighten us, then. I entrust you have no objections, Mr. Chairman. Do what you want. According to Miss Hart's testimony, just before the incident, 2 people came up from the auction hall using the lift. It must have been the conductor and one of the auction guests. They probably went there to settle the payments after winning a bid, and then it was there that the crime was carried out. Since the auction continued after the crime took place, we are led to a single truth. This is the new fact that we have arrived at. The culprit is the conductor. Since the conductor was the only one who could keep the auction going, we can conclude that the deceased victim could not have been the conductor. Justine? Please be quiet here, okay? If the conductor was not the victim, then they must have been the culprit. Please wait. That alone is insufficient. Pizza's here, hypers? Dude, Pog. I've had so much pizza since the fucking stay-at-home order. But I'm kind of... I don't know if I'm tired of pizza, but... The pizza man been holding it down is all I'm saying. That's my nigga right there. The pizza man. Of course, even I do not intend to rely only upon the process of elimination. Flick, flick. No Lil Wayne. Certain traces left at the crime scene lead me to believe that the culprit is the conductor. Well then, please show it to us. What were the traces left at the crime scene that led me to deduce the culprit is the conductor? The blood in front of the statue, yeah.
Take that!
I've made almost all my meals at home since quarantine, and my god, doing this dirty ass food. Yeah, no. Like, cooking is good. Like, I'm probably gonna stop here in a second, or in a little bit, to put some rice on my rice cooker, but aside from that, like, oh boy, have I just been eating, like, complete dog shit, right? It's so crazy. Wait, hold on. Is UI Goku live in Dokkan? Time to open up Dokkan.
The culprit purposely left a large amount of blood in the meeting.
I like my food at home, to be quite honest. Yeah, nah. You get it how you get it. It don't matter. You have your preferences, you do what you do.
In doing so, we were led to believe that the meeting room had been the scene of the crime. It was a ruse by the true culprit, to hide the blood that had fallen from the store.
So we wouldn't find out about the existence of the black market auction.
Indeed. If the culprit had been unrelated to the auction, there would have been no need to do such a thing. Ergo, the culprit could have only been the conductor.
Well then, do you have any idea as to who the conductor might possibly be? I was going to gain weight due to fast food. At least now I don't have that issue. I've been eating like 1 meal a day though, so like I've been pretty much, even if I eat like fast food, it's not super awful. Like I'm not gaining too much weight because it's not like I'm eating it for like every meal of the day, you know? It's not like I'm blowing my shit out. Oh no, wait, it's still a fucking... I assume it's gonna go live later then. Just cause the damn data download hit.
The auction hall is the PIC meeting room, and furthermore, there is a storeroom above it. The conductor must have been, at the very least, a member of the PIC.
Yeah, once this is over, I'm gonna need to make a change in my diet. Yeah. I think everybody's feeling that way. Whether you're like, if you're eating like normally now, like you're eating like meals cooked at home, you're feeling like, ah, this is good, I should probably continue doing it. Or if you're eating a little bit more like takeout than usual, it's like, ah, maybe I should not do this in the future. I have a feeling that everybody's going to be a little bit more conscious about it.
So, in other words, you suspect me, I take it. Isn't it natural to suspect you, the only one with the most authority in the PIC?
Objection.
You are quite capable. I'll give you that much at least. But you know, like I said before, you're far too naive.
No. Why am I far too naive?
You have nothing, you know. There's no evidence that proves I'm the culprit, you see. If by some chance you do have evidence, then why don't you present it?
But we just said that it was just a hunch, and it was just by process of elimination.
Do I have evidence that Blaze is the culprit?
We ain't got shit.
Blaze himself has suggested that he is the criminal. He's been showing that strange self-confidence for a while now. He knows that there is not a single piece of evidence left behind to incriminate you. If you play with fire, you're gonna get burned, Edgeworth. Just kidding, I always wanted to say that, you know. Well then, Courtney.
Hold it. I reckon. I just remembered something too. What? You also lost your memories? Nah, that ain't it. Something just popped in my head right now. Very well. Please tell us.
Objection.
Courtney, could you tell me what you're doing?
Prosecutor Edgeworth will not give up until we have destroyed every last possibility. I'm destroying every possibility, so that he will never oppose us again. No, you're opening the door, and I'm about to kick that fucker in. Justine, I don't really know what's going on, but well said. Pops, I'm gonna help too. After all, he's the one who's wrong.
Fine then, let's hear what she has to say.
Well then, Miss Hart, please proceed. Sure thing. Just leave it to me.
Please make sure you only tell the truth.
Ain't that a matter of course? I'm a bona fide journalist of justice, you know.
Somehow I feel uneasy.
Y'all saying the culprit was the conductor, right? That means the victim was a customer. Now here's where it gets a mite strange. You see, there were 11 people at the auction. When the auction continued after the incident, I went straight on over and snuck a peek down below.
You don't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. All 11 people were still there, present and accounted for.
What?
Actually, what? Are you sure about that? Sure, I'm sure. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. So it started with 11 people, and there were 11 people after the murder? Was it a ghost?
You know, Sebastian, normally a prosecutor would call that a contradiction, you know? Were there really no changes in the auction at all?
Really, I'm telling you, the auction just went on like normal. Oh, but there was one itty-bitty thing, though.
What was it?
You know those hammers you always see in an auction? Little gavel? Like the one that lady over there is using. An auction gavel, perhaps? Yep, that's the one. Judge. All of a sudden, I couldn't hear the sound no more. He'd been banging away just prior to it.
The sound of the gavel. Does that have anything to do with the case?
Well, that's probably a murder weapon then. Lada's testimony has been updated. Nah, because it was a small gavel instead of Courtney's like big fucking gavel. The little cut-in that they showed, the video of that they were showing of the I would assume it would be what they're trying to show is the auctioneer gavel. It had a short handle, so it was literally they just ripped the animation of the judge slamming his gavel and placed it in. If Miss Hart's testimony is the truth, then this matter has taken a grave turn. If the victim was neither the conductor nor a customer, the very foundation of Prosecutor Edgeworth's reasoning would collapse. Justice prevails, as they say. I hope you've learned your lesson, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, there really is nothing we can do.
It's not over yet. Some mysteries still remain. I have to think. If I don't, then Kay will be. Did you get the answer you wanted this time? Well then, a deal's a deal.
Uh-oh. Please wait, Mr. Chairman. I believe it's still too early to make a judgment. There are still a few mysteries left in this case. Until we have solved them all, we cannot call this a complete victory. Why are you helping so much? Isn't that right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I was expecting you to shout. Hold it, like you always do.
Yes, of course. Once again, Judge Courtney has come to my aid. Well then, what is it? What sort of mysteries are left?
Well, of course, there's the contradiction in the autopsy report.
That kind of thing. I brought her in.
Oh, they were going to get fucking Bonnie. Yeah, that's right. Bonnie Young. And what was it, Karen Jensen? What's wrong? Why were we suddenly called here? Did someone suddenly get sick? I'll begin preparing a compress. Stat. Ow. What'd you call me here for? Did something happen? Dr. Young, Miss Jensen, you have my gratitude for taking the trouble to come here. This won't take long, so please relax. Tell me what in blazes is going on. Of course. We called you here because something came up.
Judge Courtney, what are you planning?
Still can't believe she's 8 years younger than Blaze. Yeah, and has to have a fucking interpreter because she can't speak that well. Bonnie Young, under the divine rule of law, please answer truthfully. There were no mistakes in your autopsy report, correct? Granny would never make a mistake. That's certainly strange. Huh? What's strange? This court has found an error in Dr. Young's autopsy report. Dr. Young, please tell the truth. Did you falsify the autopsy report? That's terrible. How can you accuse her of that? I have no idea what you're talking about. Why would I do such a thing in the first place? To protect the true culprit, of course. What you talking about? I would never do such a thing. How strange. In that case, why would there be an error in the autopsy report? Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think? Why does she keep calling me Prosecutor Edgeworth, though? Oh, I expected you to press into her statement like you normally do.
Why is she taking control of the situation and trying to help me? I don't know what her goal is, but I must play along. If the autopsy report you gave to Sebastian had been authentic, then the error should not have been there.
Wait a minute, I didn't do anything!
That is what we will figure out from this point on. Firstly, Dr. Young, I'd like to hear your testimony.
Why do you want to hear her testimony? It would be pointless.
I will be the one who decides whether or not it is pointless, not you.
There are patients waiting for us. But, Grant, ow! Anyways, we don't have the time for this.
Is there any way I could convince you? This is of the utmost importance.
Mr. Miles Edgeworth, Granny says she'll testify. So please, try to finish this quickly. If we don't return soon, there will be people in terrible suffering.
And yet you were lollygagging about on the viewing platform earlier. I promise you, this won't take long. Only if she tells me the truth, of course.
I believe the lady doth protest too much. Error in the autopsy report. Woo woo! Let's go. There are no mistakes in Granny's autopsy reports. I believe... Alright, I've been working with corpses longer than you've been alive. There's no way I'd make a mistake in writing the autopsy report. Ouch. I've got nothing to gain from falsifying the autopsy report, is what she says. See, there's nothing strange at all.
Yes, that's right, you know. There's no way she could falsify it, you see.
Under the name of the goddess of law, do you swear that this testimony is the truth? Of course, Granny would never tell a lie.
Objection!
We were asking Dr. Young. We do not need to hear from a third party.
I'm not a third party, I'm on Granny's side. If you raise an objection to my testimony, you'd best prepare yourself, you ex-prosecutor.
I will definitely expose the contradiction in the autopsy report.
I like how she pokes her assistant. Poke is a weird way to put it. She is beating her upside the fucking head. There are no mistakes in her autopsy reports. Been working with corpses longer than you've been alive. There's no way I'd make a mistake in writing the autopsy report. Yeah, she just fucking smacks her upside the head with that cane. Let's see it again. One more time. Knock. I like smug Karen. I like smug Karen. I like how smug Karen looks when she's talking to us. Okay, I assume. But is there a possibility that it was transferred wrong?
The victim wore this raincoat after suffering a blow to the head, and yet there was not a single drop of blood on the front of the raincoat. Therefore, it is impossible for the head wound to have been post-mortem.
Well, that's... Ow. I don't need you to tell me that. That's what I wrote down from the very beginning.
The autopsy report says the head wound was post-mortem. That's completely different.
Her daughter has fucking... Or granddaughter, I assume, has fucking CTE. Maybe assistant? She's been getting beat upside the fucking head. She can't remember shit for nothing. Yeah. I relayed to Karen what to put down in the autopsy report. After that, it was none of my beeswax.
Relayed to Karen. Please elaborate on that.
I relayed everything to Karen. After that, it was none of my beeswax. Yeah, about that. How about we just talk about the autopsy report forever? Shake that head.
Dr. Young, please confirm what this autopsy report says with your own eyes.
I'll read it out for Al. Hit her again. This autopsy report wasn't written by me.
What do you mean?
I don't know. But Granny, I can't say that. Gavel.
Miss Jensen, if you are trying to keep the truth in the dark, then... In place of the goddess of law, I shall hear your confession. Judge Courtney is talking with Dr. Young in private. What? Is that true? Understood. I shall convey your words to everyone else, Dr. Young. I properly relayed the autopsy report orally to that child. It seems my granddaughter must have mucked it up when she was writing it down.
Wow, she mimicked her voice perfectly.
There was no need for her to go that far, though. In other words, the contents of the autopsy report had been falsified. By your hand, Miss Jensen.
But why is Bonnie sweating as well? That don't make no daggum sense. It would have been heat if Granny hit her multiple times upside the head. Yeah.
With that, we've proven that the wound on her head came first, followed by her chest wound. Miss Jensen, why did you falsify the autopsy report?
Hold on a second. She never said she falsified it, you know? She just made a teeny tiny mistake when she wrote it down. Post-mortem and antemortem sound kinda similar, you know?
They are complete opposites. That is the very definition of falsification.
Miss Jensen, why would you lie? Okay, ow. I want you to tell me too. Why would you do something like that? Granny, but I...
Because you falsified the autopsy report, Kay fell under suspicion. Tell me why you did it.
I can't say. I just can't say it.
Not I don't want to say, but I can't say.
They're all a bunch of bullies, you know? Ganging up on this poor girl who loves her grandmother so. She is totally unrelated to this. I think we can forgive her for one tiny mistake. As he puts the gun closer to fucking Karen's back.
That won't do. Aren't you the one with the most to lose if she testifies?
What are you saying? You see, as a former prosecutor, you'll have to speak a little more clearly, you know?
Very well. As you wish, I shall answer clearly. Miss Jensen played an essential role in this case.
She was your accomplice.
Miss Jensen falsified the autopsy report in order to assist the true culprit.
Ow! This girl is an accomplice? What's your basis for that claim?
It was impossible for a single person to commit this crime in the first place. The crime could not have been committed without at least 2 people, namely because...
the number of people wouldn't match. Somebody would have to come back down into the, auction hall. Although I find Ace Attorney ridiculous, sometimes I really like how unique drawings and the sprite, how unique the drawings and sprites are. Yeah, no, it looks really nice. Like, even sometimes the background, like, for this, particular area, for the PIC, hall, I guess, it's actually kind of really nice that they have the details of those, like, stained glass portraits in the back. It's all really nice.
If the conductor was the culprit and one of the auction guests was the victims, it would contradict with the witness's testimony that there were 11 people after the incident.
What now? You got a problem with my testimony?
Not at all. Rather, it is because I believe your testimony. That's why an accomplice must exist. So, you still won't admit that your reasoning is wrong? Up until now, we had not even considered the possibility of an accomplice. However, if there had been an accomplice, it changes the entire story completely. If the accomplice took the murdered auction guest's place, then the number of people remains 11. I see now. So that's what you did. But you know, wouldn't that have been quickly discovered? Miss Jensen and the victims had similar physiques. If she wore the victim's mask, she could have easily taken her place. Miss Jensen, did you switch places with the victim?
I wouldn't.
Who was the conductor? In other words, tell me who was the true culprit.
I can't. I mean, that would also cause trouble for Granny. Ow! But, Granny, I will accept whatever wrongs you may have done. Just tell me everything. Break down! Break down! Uh-oh.
As I thought, it appears you really were the accomplice.
Miss Jensen, why? Miss Jensen, would you please tell us? Gotta fix that real quick, though. It's okay, Granny, I'm fine now. I switched places with the victim, Miss Crane.
So you admit to being the conductor's accomplice?
Yes. I helped out the conductor. I don't really know why, but for some reason, the conductor was expecting to be attacked by Miss Crane. Interesting. Does that mean that they have some history? Well, of course they have some history. I recognize the burn on your hand. I put it together. Karen has Pearl's face, but Maya's eye color. That's why she looks so familiar. Oh, shit, you're right. It's pretty much exactly Pearl's face without the brown hair. Or at least a similar style. She got a big-ass forehead, though.
The conductor expected an attack from the victim.
They were so sure it was going to happen that they came up with a plan to counter it. A way to beat the victim at their own game. And that's when I called her, and that's when I was called in. I was told to wait in the storeroom before the auction began. Whoa there, you ain't fooling my eyes. If you were waiting in the storeroom, I reckon I would have bumped into you. After all, I've been up in that storeroom the entire auction. I'm telling the truth.
I wonder about that, you know? Can we really believe a girl who would falsify a report?
Weren't you saying that it was a mistake just 2 seconds ago?
There should have been many places to hide in that storeroom. And by all means, tell me, where did our little nurse hide? And the place in the storeroom where Miss Jensen hid was...
Well, box.
Take that!
She hid inside this costume trunk. A costume trunk, eh?
Yes. Now that you mention it, that box was already there before I snuck in. Yeah, and it was locked. So, I figured I would hide in there myself, but it was wrapped up nice and tight with a chain. And the chain was removed, so, come on Lotta, you're so close! And it was locked too, so I had to give it up.
I suspect that when you snuck into the room, Miss Jensen was already inside the trunk.
Yes, it would have been bad if one of the guests from the auction opened the lid. After instructing me to hide inside, the conductor wrapped a chain around the costume trunk. I think they went downstairs using the lift shortly thereafter. It was right before the auction.
So when the auction began, only you and Miss Hart were in the store.
Yeah, that should be right. And then it was that supposed to be conductor and Jill, I guess. I was gonna say either that and Jill or Crane and Jay, but I have no other thing for Jay.
When a certain participant made the winning bid, the conductor committed the crime. Miss Hart must have heard the altercation that occurred then.
You betcha. I was trembling behind that there statue the whole time.
Following the altercation, Jill Crane was murdered. After killing Jill Crane, the conductor carried her body to the costume trunk. Miss Jensen, who had been hiding in the trunk, was made to take Miss Crane's place. The victim's body was placed inside the costume trunk. The conductor then took Miss Jensen, who had been made to look like Jill Crane, and returned to the auction hall as if nothing had happened. Was this roughly what happened in the storeroom during the incident?
Yes, that's right. Pulling the old switcheroo with one of the auction guests, ain't that impossible? That gal and the murder victim are two completely different people, you know. Don't you reckon one of the other participants would have noticed and caused a ruckus?
No, not at all. The reason they didn't notice the switch was because
she used the victim's clothes. Yeah.
From what I can tell, Miss Jensen and the victim appear to have the similar physique. Furthermore, there was a rule requiring a mask to be worn during the auction. If her clothes were the same, I doubt anyone would have noticed that she was a different person.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I blended right in. I borrowed Miss Crane's clothes and ow! Why do you keep hitting her? You mustn't embarrass the dead like that? I know, I also thought it was pretty heartless to leave her exposed like that. Then why didn't you fucking disagree to doing it? What the fuck? Come on, Karen! There was no need for that. So when the conductor wasn't looking, I covered her up in the raincoat that was up for auction.
So she was the one with the red raincoat on the victim.
Yep. It seems like we got an open and shut case. It feels like that wherever we're going is pretty simple.
And then the auction resumed as if nothing had happened.
I reckon I took the picture of her in the red raincoat after that. That make all the facts line up. After I took the photo, I went over to the lift to sneak a peek down below. I witnessed the 11 participants, and then I hightailed it back behind the statue.
Don't tell me, you were hiding in there the entire time until we found you.
Nah, that's... how should I put it?
What is it? Did something happen?
I didn't mention it before, but after that I might have dozed off a little. To be more precise, I fainted? Well, something like that.
So something did happen.
It ain't no big deal. Kinda embarrassing to say, though. There was this huge thump sound all of a sudden. I was a little surprised by that. It was right after I had just witnessed a murder, so I was shaking in my boots. My heart sort of just tightened up, and I was off to La La Land. When I woke up, it was already the next day, around the time y'all came by the storeroom.
I see, so there was a large sound. Miss Hart, I take it you do not know what transpired in the storeroom beyond this point.
I guess, but after the auction, all the masks were properly returned. The gavel? I was thinking the gavel, but she's saying that the attack happened before before she got passed out. I think the thump was Kay falling in, right? Kay falling down the hatch. That makes sense to me. If it was a loud thump, or maybe she did get hit with the gavel, but she's not saying that she has an injury, right? So I reckon the participants had exited through the storeroom, just like I done said.
Miss Jensen, what were your actions at the auction after the auction resumed?
I took the victim's place and participated in the auction. The conductor instructed me to win the bid for the costume trunk, because the body was inside it. It would have been bad if another auction guest won the bid for it.
You didn't realize the box was empty.
No, we only found out when I came up to the storeroom to pay the bill. The conductor was with me as he told me to go search for her immediately. And then I found another girl collapsed in front of the ladder.
Kay.
Yep. Yes, she probably fell down from the roof and lost consciousness. Maybe the victim left the hatch open when she went up to the rooftop.
I understand now. Kay was surprised at seeing the collapsed victim and did not notice the open hatch. She must have missed her footing and fell down into the store. Miss Hart, I have determined that the sound that made you faint. It was likely the sound of Kay falling onto the storeroom floor.
There we go, yeah. That might have been it, though I reckon it'd be kind of pathetic to faint over something like that.
Miss Jensen found the unconscious Kay. Miss Hart was also unconscious behind the statue. The situation is becoming clear to me, Miss Jensen. Please continue your story.
After I found Kay and the victim, I put them both in the trunk. If the customers at the auction found out, there would have been a huge commotion. Wait, you found... Okay, so you went up and got Jill's body and put her in the trunk as well. Okay.
Was this an order from the conductor as well?
Yes, it was. But since I secretly decided to put the raincoat on Miss Crane, I had to dispose of the raincoat without the conductor noticing.
So the conductor didn't anticipate the raincoat becoming another piece of evidence.
And finally, we dressed Miss Crane in a spare conductor's outfit.
I see. In doing so, you made the victim appear as if she was the conductor.
In the end, the auction ended without anyone noticing anything.
Miss Jensen, your crimes have become clear. If you know anything else, please hold nothing back.
I want to help you more, but that's all I know. If I had to say, there's just one thing that bothers me. When I took Miss Crane's place, I borrowed her clothes. But there was no way for me to borrow her hair. Ow! What kind of colonel's assistant goes around stealing a corpse's hair?
I think that robbing the deceased of their clothes would be questionable enough.
Both the color and length of our hair is different, so I was worried about how to disguise it. However, the conductor even had a wig prepared for me. In fact, he had two of them. Inside the costume trunk, there was both a straight wig and a wavy wig.
Two wigs? Why were there two?
Now, I'm not saying that Jill Crane had the easiest hairstyle to replicate. However, if you take her hair and make it a little bit wavy, I can see it. Who knows? Maybe it was a precaution in case the victim had changed her hairstyle. I ended up using the straight wig to match Miss Crane's hair.
So that means the wavy wig was left unused. Is that really all you know?
Yes. Yep, that's really all I know.
So that means you don't know who the conductor is.
I'm sorry, I only knew that person as the auction conductor. I never saw that person without a mask on. The conductor seemed to be on guard towards everybody.
At this rate...
It would be fucked up if it's his beard. Even more fucked up if it be his actual hair. But,
Edgeworth, is that all you've got? Even that little nurse is an accomplice? Even if that little nurse is an accomplice, it changes absolutely nothing, no? In the end, the true culprit is still Kay Fairley. All you did was add another criminal, you know? The rule of law cannot be overturned. At least, not for your sake.
Well, no, because if she's saying that fucking Kay fell down and she got placed inside the trunk, it's very easy to tell that, you know, the person giving me orders does not have the same stature as the fucking 17-year-old girl. He'd have to be bald or she'd be able to tell. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking, like, either his hair was done up and kept in a way that doesn't look like it, or it's a big-ass wig and it's going around his beard and down his back as well. Franziska, back again, once again. Franziska, why are you here? Didn't I tell you, Miles Edgeworth? Wherever there is a case, I will follow. Prosecutor Von Karma, your hard work is most appreciated. However, don't get the wrong idea. I only came to find out the truth behind what happened to Kay Faraday. I don't plan on forgiving you for abandoning the prosecutor's path.
I understand.
You should thank your former subordinate. He gave me some valuable information which may save Kay Faraday. Let's go, Gumshoe! Let's go! Alright. Detective Gumshoe did. Listen well, Miles Edgeworth. This will be the final piece of evidence. Jill Crane suffered the wound on her head for... Is that why he has goggles to keep it on, and that's why he's so sweaty because of all the extra hair? That's actually a very good point. I thought he was just crying, but that very well could be sweat to keep the and the goggles could be to keep the wig in place. Well, someone say something.
Well, I hate to say it, but we already proved that.
Already
Yes, well, just a few minutes ago. Ow!
You should have told me sooner.
You're the one who barged in here and started talking.
Well then, does that mean you also found out what the murder weapon was already?
No, not yet.
Is that so? In that case, listen well. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt cylindrical object,
Like a gavel?
The wound on her chest was suffered post-mortem.
A cylindrical murder weapon.
Objection.
Oh, this report of yours. I trust it's accurate, of course.
These are the results of 2 independent autopsies carried out by 2 respected doctors.
Objection.
That's reassuring, but it's too bad. You have no right to investigate this case. It's Interpol's business now, fuck.
Interpol is after the black market auctions, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of the investigation. The victim participated in the auction, therefore it is only natural for me to investigate. Especially now that she's been murdered.
I see, I see. Clever girl, little Von Karma.
Then it has been settled. The victim died from blunt force trauma to the head. Autopsy report has been updated. There we go. Unfortunately, the murder weapon has yet to be found.
I mean, we kinda got it. Just knowing the shape of the murder weapon gives me an idea of what it might be. Hey, in my investigation, we didn't find any other murder weapons, you know. If you consider the conductor's possessions in the crime scene, the answer should become clear. The blunt cylindrical object used in the auction hall was... an auction gavel. That was almost a mix-up there. It was something the conductor had in their hand during the auction. This part's going on for a minute, namely an auction gavel. An auction gavel? We didn't find anything like that.
If the culprit is the conductor, it is possible that the gavel may be the murder weapon. However, that alone is not reason enough, wouldn't you agree?
Of course, I have proof to back it up. This piece of evidence proves that the murder weapon is the auction gavel.
Lotta's fucking testimony. Yeah. Hey, whoa, close.
According to Miss Hart's testimony, after the victim had been murdered, it seems she suddenly stopped hearing the sound of the gavel during the auction. However, she had been able to hear it up until then. Why was that, you ask? It was because it had been used as the murder weapon and was covered in the victim's blood. It became necessary to dispose of it. Isn't that right? Blaze the best.
Really getting cooked. I'll have a search for the murder weapon performed immediately.
Well, good luck with that, you know. You gotta work as hard as you can while you're young, you see. He's completely confident that we won't find it.
Well then, while the search for the murder weapon continues, I hereby call for a brief recess. To be continued. Now, I think that is going to do it for me for today. It feels like we have one more definitive part left before we put Blaze the Best away for good. Is there a game like this? I've like with the storytelling, I have no idea. Visual novels are usually very unique in their in their approach to storytelling. So I would say very few, but they're not going to play exactly like this, where you have to present reasoning and figure things out. Recently, a while ago, I say recently, like February, we played through the Danganronpa games, and they have a similar feel of murder mystery and reading aspects and figuring out key points and details that don't match up, but it's pretty unique. So like Ace Attorney is in its own field, Danganronpa's in its own field. We even played a freeware game called Your Turn to Die, which I would say is in its own field as well. But they're all murder mysteries that you have to start paying attention to stuff in order to figure out precisely what happened in particular murder cases. You should recommend Boat Game. Look, Boat Game is just going to go, and we might never again. You can tell that again. What do you mean, Enigma? But Boat Game potentially in the future. We might go back to Boat Game. Recommend I? Yeah, the Somnium Files was pretty. Oh, I said Danganronpa. I'll just type it in chat. Uh, Danganronpa. I wouldn't say Your Turn to Die. Your Turn to Die. There isn't really too many points of like. Your Turn to Die is more a specific visual novel. Boat Game do have some Yetis. Yes, some meaning two. And they belong to one character. Thank you, Starsman. And they're just drawn poorly. People say it's good, but I don't know, it looked a bit weird. I thought Danganronpa looked a bit weird too. I would highly recommend it though. It's probably one of my more favorite things that I've gotten into recently. I'm actually very happy that I played through those games. And the same with Ace Attorney. I'm really okay with my inclusion into that. But yeah, no, Boat Game, the Nonary series, Jesus Christ, the best character in Danganronpa V3. Yep, Cork. But yeah, no, I would highly recommend Danganronpa. But there's very few things that I could say that have a similar mystery aspect to Ace Attorney, where you're having to prove things wrong, where you're having to pay attention to more minute details in order to keep track of a later story in case anybody starts veering away from the truth. But Danganronpa is a little bit more eccentric, but it still follows that aspect, right? Like you may say like, "Oh, it's pretty weird that these kids have been taken hostage by this giant mechanical bear and have to kill each other in order to escape whatever circumstance they're in." But it's like, okay, yeah, that's a little bit weird and a little bit more anime centric. It's a little bit weird, but it is still a very good game that you still have to apply deductive reasoning to. The bear do look really weird. The black and white bear Monokuma is really fucking weird, but I would say check out Danganronpa if you're looking to play it, or if you're looking to play something similar to Ace Attorney. Give me Game 7 and Investigation 3, Capcom. Yeah, and Spike Chunsoft work together with fucking 2Q and give me my goddamn fourth Danganronpa game. But yeah, no, I would say check out, or at least look into Ace Attorney, right? Or not Ace Attorney. Look into Danganronpa if you're looking to play something similar to Ace Attorney. But with that little tangent out of the way, I would like to thank you all very much for coming out today. Tomorrow we'll be finishing up this case and moving into case 5, given the finale of this isn't too much longer. I would assume we're not getting too many more parts, right? It feels like we only have one more part and then we're finishing this case up because we just have to pin it on Blaze and then we're done. But given that doesn't take too much longer, we will be finishing this up and moving into episode 5. But thank you all very much for coming out. Thank you to Gallus for passing a sub to Duncan for whatever reason. Thank you for the people that followed. And thank you to Corbin for re-upping his sub. So tomorrow we'll be picking this back up. I don't know if I'll be delaying it tomorrow or not. Probably not, but just keep in mind that the Discord and my Twitter will have when we're going live. So, I'd like to thank you all once again very much for coming out, and I'll have to catch you tomorrow. Peace.